Do do do, theme song. Do do do, I'm broke so this is my theme song. Do do do, just imagine this is an awesome theme song. Do do, theme song. Left of the box. Hello, welcome to Left of the Box. Bonjour, bienvenue. I'm Sandy. I don't know why I point to myself every time I say that, because like, who else am I talking about when I'm sitting here? Anyway, welcome everyone to this irregular appearance of me on a Monday. Yeah, I've been trying to change things up a little bit for my own sake by splitting up my streams. And I can't stream every Monday and I can't stream every Friday, but I'm hoping that, every weekend I can do one or the other. So a couple weeks ago, I streamed on the Friday and now I'm streaming on the Monday. And fingers crossed, this will mean that my live streams are shorter because, a 5-hour long live stream, it's a lot. It takes a lot of energy, and I would like to be able to do things after I'm done my stream, not just melt into my couch and watch whatever is on YouTube. Anyway, so far in the SandBox, we have Rich P, John Davis, Flow Snake, and Jet. Welcome. I was looking at the numbers of people watching, and I'm like, okay. I was worried because right at like 6 o'clock, there was only one person, and I'm like, oh, so that's me. And I get that this is an irregular time for me to have my live streams, so maybe not as many people were going to show up. And yesterday, when I was thinking I'd start at 6 today, and I won't overlap with all these people, and this and that, and I'm just realizing, oh, right, it's Labor Day today. Nobody is plugged into the internet. It's a lousy Monday to be streaming is what I'm saying. Because when you don't have a regular work schedule and holidays don't have, statutory holidays, festive holidays, days off, just have no meaning to you, you tend to forget that there's a certain holiday sometimes. It's like, right, it's like the long weekend or something, isn't it? Or is that next weekend? Oh no. I don't know. Maybe it's today because the Majority Report was saying that they were doing their Labor Day weekend show. So that's my only cue so that I know what day of the week it is Majority Report. Welcome, everyone. John Davis, another show so soon? Yes, this is like 2 days in a row. But I had so much stuff to go over yesterday that I'm like, I need to split it. I need to split it. Because even with splitting it, I'm looking at my docket today like, oh God, it is going to be like a 4 or 5 hour live stream. Ugh. No, I want this to be a 3-hour long live stream so that I can actually do something after this. Oh. But yes, happy Labor Day to everyone in the SandBox. I was just hoping that maybe a few more people decide to jump on stream so that they don't miss the big news stories of the weekend that I covered mostly yesterday. There's still ever stuff to cover. There's lots of stuff to cover. Like in Ontario and Alberta, there's possibility of teacher strikes in the next little while. That's important to know. Regular updates on our crumbling healthcare system here. Even though I covered a lot of stuff about Gaza and Palestine yesterday. I have more to go over today. Breaking news. Let's see, what else? There's Quebec. Quebec is just being, wow, yeah. That goes against the Constitution. That goes against our protected rights. You'll understand when I get there. Let's see what else. So we have stuff about schools, and I also want to point out I'm right on a certain issue that people got really mad at me about on my YouTube channel because I clipped it and I posted it, and people were so mad at me. I haven't read all the comments or any of them. I'm pretty sure they're not glowing reviews of my statements. And that was about the right to self-defense if somebody breaks into your home. I'm right on the issue. I don't care what people say. I'm right on it. If you don't believe in capital punishment, then you shouldn't believe that it is okay to simply kill someone because they come onto your property. That is not the same as me saying you have no right to defend yourself, even to the point of it being lethal. That is not what I'm saying. I am simply saying you then don't have the right to simply kill them. There's a difference. You can kill in self-defense if it's warranted. There are situations where it's warranted. Most are not. So we'll see examples of how egregious it gets once you start getting into the mindset. But the thing that kind of boggles my mind about it are all the people who want the freedom to kill. Are they just looking forward to the day that somebody steps on their property unexpectedly and suddenly they have the right to kill them? Like, it is wild to me that there seems to be so many people fighting for the ability to simply unalive someone because they're on their property. That is not something I would ever want to do. Like, even in self-defense, I don't want to kill anyone. I don't want to kill anyone by accident, like driving or something. I don't want to be the responsible for the taking of another person's life. Call me like a really mushy heart lib for that take, but come on. I don't want another person dying on my behalf. I know my bleeding liberal heart here. And so I'm fine with that. And I'm kind of worried about the people that are like, no, we should be able to murder. But can I get some thumbs up and stuff that everything is okay in sound and audio? Because yesterday I nearly I don't want to say I had a heart attack, but internally combusted when all of a sudden all my tabs just shut down and my OBS just shut down all at once during my live stream. And I had to scramble to get all the tabs back up and get the OBS and reconnect and stuff. Luckily, it didn't interrupt the stream at all. If you go back to the live stream, I guess YouTube automatically cut out the part where I wasn't connected. But I had no idea why that happened. But I've closed a bunch more tabs since then, so I'm hoping that that's the case. I just have way too much open. But I've been working on my TYT video, and because of that, I've been able to close down some tabs too that I've had left up in Google Chrome for, oh my God, since like January. But yes, hello, Flow Snake. And Flow Snake, any non-pawn jumpers live in the US near the White House? And if so, they just sneak up and peek through the window, see if the orange one is still alive. Much appreciated. Yes, there's lots of rumors about Donald Trump being dead or almost dead or The Walking Dead or something. Hello, Grand Theft Autobot. Canuckers in the SandBox. Yeah, oh, there's Hermeteorologist and Marty. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, it is like Donald Trump at his age and health. He can literally just drop dead at any moment. And so I'm not going to celebrate until it's actually like officially announced. But I said it yesterday and I'll say it again. My heart fills with a little bit of light knowing that when all that hoopla was happening, like what was it on Friday or something, where everyone's like insisting he was dead, or maybe it was Saturday. And there was like lots of little celebrations going on and lots of hopes and prayers that it was actually happening, and all these people kind of really happy about the thought of it online. Knowing how much Trump loves to go on Twitter, he would have seen some of that. And, sometimes you just need that little bit of a feel-good story going on, knowing that he's seen all of that. Well, Jet will be lurking for a while, but we know you're here. We know you're here. Grand Theft Autobot says, it should be Wild West rules. Pew, pew, pew. All I want is mail's late. Pew. No newspaper. Pew. Someone who scares me on my property. Double pew. Yes. Yes, I am like a bleeding heart lefty for liberal, progressive, mushy, softy, for saying I don't want to murder people. But we have a little bit of a follow-up on that story. But the thing is that I'm right about the issue. I am right about it. I don't care. I don't care what people say. If they say, no, we should have the right to just murder someone, it's like, okay, then I don't want to go visit for cookies. Like, it's just... Because again, they seem to be thinking that I'm saying that you're not allowed to do self-defense, even to the point where it's lethal. And it's like, no, I still believe in self-defense, even to the point where it may be lethal. But we have examples in the States of how wrong this goes when too much leeway is just given to, attack and murder people who are on your property. But also just want to thank the community at large. Was talking last week about Frodo, who I had to take into the vet because he scared me. He had a lump on his neck, and he's still doing absolutely fine. And I had to take him to the vet because it had changed, and I was worried because at his age, you need to catch that fast if there's any hope of saving him. But then it turned out that it was just a gross, empty cyst scab on top of a bump that the vet literally just pulled off. And it was gross. It was gross because then the lump started bleeding and stuff. So I didn't have to pay anything like medication-wise, sedation, or surgeries, but there was still the fee, the examination fee. So I had to pay $70 to find out that he was just fine. And there was that relief. There was relief. And I would just like to say that from a couple of very generous people in the SandBox community, that has been covered. And I I'm getting emotional already. I can't express how much that means to me, because yesterday I showed a video that I had taken earlier that morning of my wake up routine with Frodo. And that cat just means the world to me. He makes waking up in the morning manageable on some of the worst days. And so he is my world. And it's one of those things, like, I know at his age, like Trump, he can just drop dead at any moment. But, other than his underlying kidney issues, and if you didn't even know that he had them, you would not think that cat is 18. You would think he's half his age. Like, he's in fantastic health, other than the fact that his kidneys are not great. But he's on his medication, his anti-nausea medication. And then if he goes a day or two without eating too much, I give him an appetite stimulant, and that tends to turn him around. And, but he's bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, plays with his brothers, can jump up on the bed, super affectionate, alert. Like, you would never think that cat is that old. But I know that at his age, he could just go at any moment, and it terrifies me. But I'm also very, very grateful how good he is doing, considering he almost died 2 years ago when this first started. So, yeah, I appreciate all the wonderful support, because, yeah, Frodo is just, he's my heart. He is my heart. He's my favorite. Lanier and Abernathy are fine, but they're still in the wondering if I made a mistake getting them phase. Because sometimes it's like that with cats. Because they have just damaged and destroyed so many things, and that's why I swore I would never get kittens again. And then I ended up getting kittens, and it's like, never again. No more kittens. You don't, they are cute little things. There is no doubt about it. Kittens are adorable. They're probably some of the cutest baby animals. They are demons through and through, just sheer demons, and they will destroy everything in your house. You think dogs are bad? Well, cats can climb. It's just, oh. But thank you to everyone who helped me out with that. I really, really appreciate it. Grand Theft Autobot saying, I'm saving the song Ding Dong. The Trump is dead. Which will Trump? The wicked Trump. Ding Dong. Wicked Trump is. Yeah. YouTube censors that word? Really? Really? Because there's lots of contexts that you can use the word dead in, and it doesn't actually mean dead. Like that person came to a dead stop. There, see? Flow Snake solidarity with the Grim Reaper. Trump seems to be a tough nut to crack. Stay strong. You'll get there in the end. Yeah, like, reality is it's going to happen at some point. That's life for everyone. But it is kind of one of those kicks in the teeth knowing that he is such a horrible person. He's cost so many lives and suffering of so many people. Yet he gets the best healthcare in that country. And that's the only thing keeping him alive right now is that quality of healthcare that he gets as president. And it's so many more deserving people of that level of healthcare in that country. So many. Grand Theft Autobot, girl guy bringing cookies. Leave the cookies. Then pew! Yeah, looking at the girl guy. You trying to rip me off here? Jehovah Witnesses. John Davis, my friend's cat has the same type of bump. Well, I've seen lots of older snake. I just saw a snake there, so I've seen lots of older snakes with these bumps, older pets and animals, and humans with those types of bumps. So it's not uncommon, but you do have to monitor them in case they do change and turn into something cancerous. But like right now, it's just on the skin. Like you can, like his skin is kind of loose, and so you can pick it up and you can tell that it's not attached to anything under the skin. And as long as that's the case, it's fine. It's just a bump. Flow Snake Sandy, some people make assumptions about leftists that somehow we'd be against valid self-defense. Ah, well, keep quiet about it. That way we have a surprise on our side. LOL. Well, it's kind of like a couple of commentators we know here on the left that love to say that, oh, all these leftists, they think that the crime doesn't exist and that we should just let criminals rob stores and things of that sort. And I just got a hair that flew right into my eyelash. There we go. Like, somehow that since we're on the left, we're just okay with crime. No, it's just when we talk about it, we try to talk about the underlying causes and the big societal issues as opposed to just demonizing the people who are doing it. Yes, there are evil people in the world. There are psychopaths and sociopaths and just people who do just want to do harm in their heart. There are those kinds. That's so few. That is so few people. Like if we actually looked after everyone's basic needs and they had housing and healthcare and they weren't, constantly stressed out about finances or living and all that sort of stuff, the crime rate would plummet. Like it's just, that's what would happen is the crime rate would just absolutely plummet. It doesn't get rid of all the, maybe the smart ass teenagers that just want to get an adrenaline rush by, stealing from a convenience store or something. It doesn't get rid of all of that, but my God, would it ever go down if you actually just deal with the root cause as opposed to demonizing the people going into the store stealing toothpaste. Atticus Among Us, I definitely celebrate when he's gone, but I'd rather he live a long, healthy life in jail. That's the thing. I want to see him I want him to see his empire fall type thing. I want him to suffer in life. But, yeah. Grand Theft Autobot. My cat has aggressively scratched his face, leaving bloody scabs. They seem to be healing, but we considered putting the cone of shame on him. Ugh. It probably has like dry skin or something. Frodo's been in the cone of shame before, and it was just so cute because he has such a long, slender body that you would just see it bobbing in front of his head as he was going around. And then you would put treats on the floor, and it looked like some sort of like vacuum cleaner as he was trying to get them. Grand Theft Autobot. Oh, Jehovah's Witnesses get immediate pew. We're from Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Pew! Try coming back later then, their partner. Atticus Among Us. Why do hungry people steal bread? Because they're bored, I guess. Grand Theft Autobot says Mormons get the pew as well. Yeah, you see, it's people like Grand Theft Autobot that makes me think it's very good that we have restrictions here in Canada. Oh. Let's see. Anyway, people talking about home remedies now for the kitty cats. Like, that's the other thing that kind of, again, just makes me realize how grateful I am I'm in Canada. Like, I talk about all the shitty things that are happening in Canada, don't get me wrong, because um, I want to bring attention to the fact that things are fracturing and that things are kind of declining. But I'm still, like, extremely grateful to be in this country versus, like, in the United States, because if I have to go to the emergency room because something is happening and I don't know if it's serious or not, I can just go. I can just go and make sure and have that peace of mind. I don't have to pay $70 for that peace of mind. And down in the States, it would be more like $700 for that peace of mind at the low bar. You know, because if it cost me hundreds of dollars to find out if Frodo was fine, that's getting tricky. I've gone into debt for that cat, and I will do it if I think he's savable. But the thought that people have to weigh that for themselves and their loved ones in the States, like putting it off because, well, maybe it's nothing, but really it's something and should have been looked at. Like, I've had an ambulance a couple times and gone to the ER because I was having a vertigo incident, and it's very similar symptoms to a stroke. And the first time I went to the emerge with that symptoms, they actually did think I had a stroke. Um, but it's just severe vertigo attacks. And it's nice to know that I can just go to the hospital and make sure I'm fine versus, no, I'm just going to sleep this one off and then never wake up. But, you know, you get a better idea of what it's like when you have pets and you have to take your pets to the vet and how much that costs. And, you're weighing pros and cons about, like, okay, well, I can spend $1,000 and they might live a few more months. Is it worth it type thing? Ugh, it's horrible. It's horrible. Ah. Why did this hair have to fly my eyelash like right as we're doing this? Anyway. Uh, Marty, I'm kind of at my wit's end about things and many people. It's heartbreaking and makes me feel that much more alone. Well, I hope that this community helps you feel not so alone, because we're all there with you. We all feel it. It's, yeah. Atticus among us. I miss coming home from high school and there's either a Jehovah Witness or Mormon kids trapped by my mom invited in for snacks. How do I escape the nice lady? And people still talking about kitty cats, yes. Abernathy and Lanier are terrors, and sometimes I hate them, but I do love them. Like it's one of those things. Um, like they have destroyed some of my artwork, well, damaged some of my artwork, original drawings. Like it's just ah. uh Hello, Zuki from the UK. Welcome to the SandBox, Pond Jumper. Got a couple Pond Jumpers in here already. Even though No Justice quit earlier today, and I don't know if Kevin Logan is still on or not. But yeah, I got some tie-ins, of course. But actually, why don't I just get into it? Because, like I said, I don't want to be doing like a 5-hour long live stream. Been splitting up the dockets to try to prevent that, because it takes a lot of energy. And let's see, depending on my, here's motivation for all of you to make sure I stay on track, is that if I stay on track and I get some super chats of any sort saying they want it, it has to be a super chat saying that you want to see it though. I will show you a sneak peek of the TYT video. How about that? So you have to motivate me to keep on task, and I need to see at least one super chat with somebody saying they want to see the sneak peek. The amount doesn't matter. There we go. Is that a deal? It's a deal. And there's somebody who was in the SandBox yesterday that was also like, can we talk about your book? And if I see a super chat saying, can we talk about your book? And I have energy at the end of this, we're going to talk about my book. What book? This book. I didn't sell any yesterday. That was kind of, yeah. It is what it is. I didn't sell any books last month, but hopefully that will turn around. Somebody is just noticing a really big slinky behind my shoulder. What? What kind of person would have just random slinkies all over the place? I don't know. Holy moly, the size of that flag slinky. It's just a rainbow slinky, but this is a finger slinky that I'm constantly fidgeting with. I have a slinky collection. That's what it is. I have over 300 slinkies. But we also have John F. McDropout. Hello. John F. McDropout saying, this is blackmail for those of us who are eager to hear about TYT Fallout. It's not. It's not. I do have slinky earrings, Suki. It's not blackmail. It's incentive. Because the video will eventually come out. It's just, if you're newer to my channel, you know I've been working on it for a long time. And if you've seen the amount of work I've already put into it, you'd understand why. And so now it's getting into some tricky parts where I don't have any pre-made montages. Like I have some, but I need to connect all of them. And there's some that I still need to build. But yeah, it's been a monster project. Well, enjoy your company, Atticus Among Us. John off McDropout, would that be a slinkiest? I don't know. Grand Theft Autobot saying, sorry, Sandy, we don't have a right-wing style thing to take to mass buy your book to propel it falsely into the bestsellers list. I know, I know. You're not going to get that little dagger thing beside it or something that John Idarola did. Found out. The reference frame, it's over 300. That's just when I stopped counting. But I always have one of these ones on my fingers. Yeah, see, it does. Ooh, slinky trick, slinky trick. I've been wearing a slinky on my finger like this since I was like a teenager because I fidget. And it's a good size for it. And I even told my nibblings once that if they ever saw me without this on my finger, that it's not me, it's an imposter. They were probably too young at the time to hear that, and they were kind of creeped out. And welcome to the SandBox reference frame. Zuki, connect all together and they can make it down the Eiffel Tower in no time. Probably, probably. There's always the CN Tower here, you know, having them go down the stairs of the CN Tower. That would be epic. But yeah, I have so many. My slinky display is on the wall across from me that you guys can't see. I was thinking, you know, if I was going to change my background from this sort of thing, that I might move the slinky displays behind me. So it's something that's like bright and colorful and unique type thing. But I like having a variety of things around me that give people a really good idea. Like you see against the web, you know, Star Trek stuff here, some unicorn stuff, this stuff that nobody's ever asked me about, but it's some stuff from my grandmother that she used to make. The Nomen Carbonite type thing. You have Michael Brooks stuff, the Free Palestine, like, you know, and then my artwork. So it shows a more variety, a more rounded variety of who I am, like the pride flags and everything as well. So, versus if I just have slinkies behind me. But anyway, I should probably get into the news so I can actually end while I still have energy and do my other things that I wanted to do. But we're going to start off. I hate this, you know, I'm casually talking and being all light, and it's like, oh, now we're going to talk about genocide. Got to be working on these transitions a little, huh? This is. But this was just breaking, and so it's important. But the thing is, it's like, it's not for anyone who's paying attention. This isn't breaking news, but the fact that leading genocide scholars organization says Israel action in Gaza is genocide, that's a little bit more, you know. At this point, anyone who needs to hear it on this scale is glad it's happening. Because we all know it. We all know it. We don't need leading genocide scholars to tell us that. And it really does feel like at this point, anyone who is still trying to say, no, it's not a genocide, it's because they're fine with it happening. Is what I'm thinking. Because we've already had, you know, people who've studied the Holocaust, Holocaust survivors, descendant of Holocaust survivors, people who study genocide. Like there's already been all of that already saying, yeah, this is a genocide. And so now here's just another organization. Like Amnesty International has even come out and said it's a genocide. Human Rights Watch, I believe, has said it's a genocide. Like at this point, yeah, it's another organization saying what's happening there is a genocide. But if at this point you're still denying it, it's because that's a choice. And there's nothing that can be done that would make them change their mind. John F. McDropout, my real life transitions in conversation and genocide are way worse, Sandy. Yeah. Yeah, Grand Theft Auto boss. Slinky, it's fun for a girl and boy. Now genocide. Yeah. Uh, the reference frame, I'm still rattled about the home invader last night. Ooh, had to repair my door today. Good thing I had some 2x4 in my shed to repair the frame. So sorry to hear that. That's super scary. We're going to be talking about that sort of thing later on with the idea of self-defense and stuff again, because I'm following up on that story. But yeah, it's super scary. Like, I think the worst that's happened to me is I had somebody jump into my car when I was in a parking lot. Um, and I had just unlocked the doors and sat down and closed my door, and somebody jumped into the passenger side. That that was a bit disconcerting. But it was fine. It was scary, but it was all fine in the end. And it was basically it was -30 out. And I don't know why this guy was outside or anything, but he needed to get to downtown to possibly get to shelter. He didn't have a jacket or anything. And he just was very desperate for a lift to the downtown so that he could get to wherever he was going. Because he was freezing. It was like -30 out, and he had no winter clothes on. But it was still very scary to have somebody just jump in the car next to me. Hello, Bobby. But yeah, I hope everything is okay, reference frame, and that, nothing was taken or, anything of that sort. But it's super scary when that sort of thing happens. Grand Theft Auto. I hope the person said, "Oh, I'm sorry, I got in the wrong car." No, no. It's just convenient for him to jump into my car. Reference frame. It was during GNN. A drunk guy kicked in my door and entered the living room. He was surprised that I was right there at 1:30 a.m. I shouted and he bolted instantly. Oh, yeah, no, that's scary. Probably didn't realize that he was in the wrong place. I know sometimes I've tried to enter in somebody's, like when I was living in a apartment building where there's multiple levels or something like that, and I wasn't thinking, and I was trying to enter into somebody's apartment that wasn't mine because I was so out of it in thought and stuff. I was like, why isn't this key working and stuff? Uh, and then realized, oh, right, I'm at the wrong door. It happens, but it's still scary. But people just want to be able to say, oh, well, you should be allowed to kill that person. And the thing is that they will always add in who intend to do harm, but how do you know? Just anybody who comes onto your property now suddenly is intent to do harm, where it could just be some drunk guy didn't realize he was at the wrong place. Is that worth the death penalty? But it's too bad you don't know who he is and didn't at least get him to pay for the repairs and stuff. But anyway, we should probably get into it. I'm been uh holding off on this because yeah, it's not fun talking about what we're about to talk about. I should probably throw in some tweets that are a little bit more positive that were just happening. Let me open up my Twitter. Oh, I just liked one, I think. Profile. Yeah, let's throw that one in at the end. Okay, we should probably get into it. So as I was saying, at this point, if you need leading genocide scholar organization to tell you it's genocide, it's because you are actively choosing to believe it's not genocide. There's no way around it. Anyone who's been paying attention has known since early October what was happening. October of when this first all started. We all know what was, Netanyahu's intent because he said it. They all said it. All the officials in Israel said what their intent was by cutting off water and electricity and bombing them. And there's no innocent people in Gaza. They're all Hamas. Like we all knew it. But just the idea that, okay, so now leading genocide scholar organizations come out and said, we know. The people who are choosing not to believe it right now, it is a choice. So the largest professional organization of scholars studying genocide said Monday that Israel is committing genocide in Gaza. The determination by the International Association of Genocide Scholars, which has around 500 members worldwide, including a number of Holocaust experts, could serve to further isolate Israel in global public opinion and adds to the growing chorus of organizations that have used the term for Israel's action in Gaza. CTV News. Oh, yeah. We are not going to call it a genocide, but there's this organization that has used the term genocide to describe what's happening in Gaza. And if you're watching my live stream yesterday, you know why CTV News would do something like that. Because they accidentally told the truth by saying and referring to it as a genocide, and then were forced to apologize. So much for journalistic integrity, because if some Israeli group, Zionist Israeli group, is trying to force you or pressure you to make an apology because you use the term genocide, that's when you give them a really big fuck you and say, we're going to actually report the news. But I guess they're super cautious right now in global public opinion and adds to the growing chorus of organizations that have used the term for Israel's action in Gaza. Israel has repeatedly rejected the accusation. Well, of course they have. Israel's policies and actions in Gaza meet the legal definition of genocide, as well as crimes against humanity and war crimes, according to group's resolution, what was supported by 86% of those who voted. The organization did not release the specifics of the voting. So the other 14% were probably the Zionists that are part of this. And I love how CTV News is putting this in quotes to make it clear they're not the ones saying it. Look, Zionist organizations, we're not calling it genocide. We're just quoting what other people are saying, that Israel's policies and actions in Gaza meet the legal definition of genocide. Not us, not CTV News. We're just quoting it. Don't get mad at us. People who are experts in the study of genocide can see the situation for what it is. Melanie O'Brien, the organization's president and professor of international law at the University of Western Australia, told the Associated Press, genocide was codified in 1948 convention drawn up after the horrors of the Holocaust that defines it as acts committed with intent to destroy in whole or in part a national, ethnic, racial or religious group. The United Nations and many Western countries have said only a court can rule on whether the crimes have been committed. A case against Israel before the UN's highest court. Israel, founded in part as a refuge in the wake of the Holocaust. Founded. That land was occupied by people. It wasn't founded. When some 6 million European Jews were murdered, has vehemently denied it is committing genocide. It has called accusations of anti-Semitic blood libel and said that Hamas attack that sparked the war itself a genocidal act. Yes, this group of terrorists that have no possible way of committing genocide. They're the ones that are genociding, so we need to preemptively genocide them. Come on, CTV News, do you really need to state that yet again? Do you think people who have been reading mainstream media don't know this by now? it's practically like an autofill whenever they're doing articles about what's happening in Gaza. You know, it's just automatically pops up on the screen. The Scholars Organization resolution begins with the acknowledgement that the attack constitute international crimes. Foreign Minister, Israel's foreign minister did not immediately respond to a request for comment. In Israel's offense since October 7th, large swaths of Gaza have been leveled, and most of the territory's 2 million people have been displaced. More than 63,000 Palestinians have died, according to Gaza's health ministry, which does not say how many were fighters or civilians, but around half have been women and children. Wow. CTV is really going out of their way here to coddle the sensitive feelings of the Zionists that might be reading this. You know, well, this is according to Gaza's health ministry. Okay. Okay. And you know, they could all be fighters. We don't know. It's not specified, so who knows? Even though half have been women and children, but you know, according to a lot of Zionists, they're all Hamas. I should have picked a better article to go for this, because CTV is just a bunch of bullshit with it. I don't think I need to read anything more from this. I think there was like a different, let me see. I'm just wondering. Here's an article on this that I would probably give a little bit more credibility to. Al Jazeera. Israel committing genocide in Gaza, scholar groups say. Let's do a little bit compare contrast. We already know, we saw what CTV was saying, but I'm curious now. The world's top genocide scholars have formally declared that Israel's war in Gaza meets legal definition of genocide, marking a landmark intervention from leading experts in the field of international law. The scholars, a 500-member body of academics founded in 1994, passed a resolution on Monday stating Israel's policies and actions in Gaza fulfilled the definition of genocide set out in the 1948 United Nations Convention for Prevention and Punishment of Crimes of Genocide. This is definitive statement from experts in the field of genocide studies that what is going on the ground in Gaza is genocide, said Melanie O'Brien. The resolution won overwhelming support, with 86% of members voting in favor. It called on Israel to halt deliberate attacks on civilians, including children, starvation, deprivation of humanitarian aid, water, fuel, and other essentials, sexual and reproductive violence, and forced displacement. I didn't see that in the CTV article. Sergei Vasilevs, professor of international law and Open University of Netherlands, told Reuters the declaration reflects a consensus that has taken root in academia. The legal assessment has been mainstream within the academia, particularly in field of genocide studies, he said. Ismail Al-Thawt, head of Gaza's government media official, said a prestigious scholarly stance reinforces the documented evidence and facts presented before international courts. He added the resolution places a legal and moral obligation on the international community to take urgent action to stop the crime, protect civilians, and hold the leaders of the occupation accountable. Huh. That wasn't in the CTV article that we saw. But yeah, all of that. So Israel's growing legal woes. The resolution came as Israel faces separate cases in the International Court of Justice, The Hague, where it is already accused of genocide. The International Criminal Court has issued arrest warrants for Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and former Defense Minister Yoav Gallant for war crimes and crimes against humanity. CTV News forgot to mention that. They were mentioning the Hamas attack, but they're forgetting to mention that, Netanyahu is has a warrant out for his arrest from the International Criminal Court. That was missed in their article. Since Israel launched its war on Gaza in October 2023, more than 63,000 Palestinians have been killed. Nearly all residents have been displaced, and at least once, and most of Gaza's buildings have been destroyed or damaged. Interesting how they didn't have to say, but we don't know how many were militants, and this is just what the Gaza Health Organization says. Yeah. I'm so losing faith in Canadian media. This is just, it's so blaring. So blaring on this topic. And that's the thing that gets me thinking, back before we had social media. And we would hear stories, and so many stories we would just take for granted that whatever mainstream media was telling us. But now I'm left wondering, like, how many stories of the past have we heard through the media that were just flat out lies? But we didn't know any better because the evidence wasn't there. So this is Ying Pa Wu, who is a senator here in Canada, who has been very vocal about what's happening to the Palestinians. Just saying, I think what we already saw in that article, brace yourself for the next stage of complicity, which will consist of A, we need confirmation from the ICJ, which, here's the thing about that, and the ICJ, the International Criminal Justice, it's a process. It doesn't happen overnight. It takes time. They have to gather evidence, documents, all that sort of stuff. It can take years for them to rule it's a genocide legally. The people in Gaza don't have that much time to wait. B, we didn't know until now. C, we never said it wasn't a possibility. D, we did everything we could, all those strongly worded statements being sent out. E, we need to focus on the future, all in service of deniability. And meanwhile, also in Canada, Crystal Avalos just pointing out Anthony Horsefarter is still around. Yeah, one of the biggest Zionists that we have in Parliament, who is a liberal, not a conservative, a liberal. And just saying, look how they classify Israel's actions in neutral terms, even as they purposely murder journalists, children, and aid workers. And so this is from yesterday. So the breaking news of this was today. But Anthony Horsefarter just yesterday tweeted this out. Jewish Canadians, like all Canadians, have fundamental right to feel safe in Canada and to live safely with their Jewish identity proudly known. Today I joined 30 other liberal MPs to issue this call to action. Now, this is in response to there was apparently a hate attack towards a Jewish woman. Horrible. Nobody is denying anti-Semitism exists and that it isn't on the rise. It is. Real anti-Semitism is on the rise, and it is a problem, and it should be dealt with. But, making the focus, the idea, though, that walking down the street as a Jewish person is unsafe in this country, more so than, like, a lot of other places and stuff. It's just, they're fear-mongering. You can walk down any street in my region as a Jewish person and not be under threat, in Toronto and not be under threat. Like, it is horrible when these hate incidents happens, but the thing is that Anthony Horsefarter has said nothing about the incidences targeted towards Muslims, because those have also been in the newspaper. Those are also on the rise. But you never hear him saying anything about it. You never hear him trying to pass a resolution or do a call to action when it's Muslims that are targeted in this nature. But, as soon as a Jewish person is targeted, then he's all about like, oh, we need to do a call to action. We have to, let's see. As parliamentarians, we have already done work to determine what concrete actions needs by all levels of government, schools. We support recommended report. We are committed to keeping all Canadians safe. This includes Jewish Canadians. I don't think he means all Canadians because he's not committed to keeping Palestinian Canadians safe. Jews should be able to live their lives safely and their Jewish identity proudly known on the streets, at work, community gatherings. But the thing is that you can. Here in Canada, you can do that. I think I'm going to go out of order slightly here with my docket. You see, there are no laws in Canada being passed to limit Jewish expression, to limit Jewish freedom to have their religion or anything of that sort. But there are laws being passed against Palestinian protesters about where people can protest outside a synagogue that is holding an event where they're illegally selling off Palestinian land. There are laws being passed to restrict the freedoms of other people's religions. There's no laws being passed or trying to be passed that would limit the freedoms of Jewish people here in Canada. So, case in point, this isn't a law in Quebec yet. So, ban on public prayer, Muslim group says Quebec's moves targets community. And this is one member of their assembly that is trying to push this through, but it's still not good. Not good.
According to the CAQ government, prayers held in public has become a sensitive and serious issue, especially in Montreal. That's why the province is planning to ban public prayers.
That is like super duper quiet. I'm gonna do this.
But for the head of the National Council of Canadian Muslims, there's an obvious target. According to the CAQ government, prayers held in public has become a sensitive and serious issue, especially in Montreal. That's why the province is planning to ban public prayers. But for the head of the National Council of Canadian Muslims, there's an obvious target.
Oh, the target is absolutely the Muslim community because the exact same thing is happening with other communities, but they don't talk about it.
In December, the CAQ expressed unease with people praying in public. Stephen Brown says when it comes to pro-Palestinian demonstrators, organizers have permits to allow them to use the space.
What are we going to start doing in Quebec? Mandating that you get your messaging approved by the government before you're given a permit to go protest?
This comes in the wake of an independent committee that provided 50 recommendations to the Quebec government on how to strengthen secularism. And while the report stopped short of recommending a provincial ban on public prayers, it did say it should be up to the municipalities to decide. Côte St. Luc Mayor Mitchell Brownstein applauds the move.
Municipalities know their communities best, and we certainly would not allow it to happen blocking a street or in other situations. It has to be reasonable. You can't block a complete street and stop life.
Nobody was doing that. Nobody was just randomly praying on a public street and stopping traffic. It was during planned protests when they had permits for the area that they would do that. But the thing is that this ban, they keep on referring to it as street prayer, like it's happening out in the street. But this is including things like public parks that it'd be banned on. There's nobody just running into the street and doing a prayer and stopping traffic. But it's the language that they chose to go with because it makes it sound like it's an issue when it's not.
However, Brown believes the ban is merely a political move.
This is a government that is looking for a win a year out from an election in order to boost its poll numbers.
Political analyst Tom Mulcair agrees.
It's also a reflection of the fact that the CAQ government is in deep trouble and any port in a storm. They know that this is something that they can ride with a good part of their base, and they'll hope to try to get their voters back.
In a statement to CTV News, Secularism Minister Jean-François Roberge said The Premier of Quebec has given me the mandate to strengthen secularism, and I am determined to fulfill that mandate diligently. Roberge says come fall, he will officially introduce a bill to ban public prayers. Sweet Arasi, CTV News.
So this isn't a thing yet. It's just basically one person in Quebec's parliament that wants to introduce this bill, but it's still a long way from happening. That said, you know, we'll get into it in the next article. I just wanted to read a bit more into this. But, you know, Quebec is very, very keen on their secularism, as we'll get to the next article. But right now, Quebec plans to table bill banning prayer in public. The proliferation of street prayer is a serious and sensitive issue, Minister says. Really? Really? Is it an issue that people are just stopping traffic with prayers on the street? The Quebec government intends to present a bill banning prayer in public. Secularism Minister Jean-François Roberge, I think is how that reporter said it, said in a statement Thursday that the proliferation of street prayer is a serious and sensitive issue. The Premier of Quebec has given me the mandate to strengthen secularism, and I'm determined to fulfill this mandate diligently, he said. This fall, we will therefore introduce a bill to strengthen secularism in Quebec, in particular by banning street prayers. His statement follows months of efforts by the Catholic Avenir Quebec CAQ government to reinforce secularism in the province, which includes adopting a law that requires immigrants to embrace the common culture of the province and tabling a bill to expand the province's religious symbol law to include school support staff. The statement from Roberge on Thursday provided no details as to how the government would legislate against prayer in public, but the Premier Francois Legault has said his government would not rule out using the notwithstanding clause. That really needs to be taken out of the charter. I'm just saying, the ability to override what's protected in the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. It's if you need to use that, you're kind of saying what you're doing. Seeing people praying in the streets in public parks is not something we want in Quebec, Legault said in December, saying he wanted to send a very clear message to Islamists. When we want to pray, we go to a church, we go to a mosque, but not in public places. And yes, we will look at the means where we can act legally or otherwise. You know, I see things like this and then, like, what's the next step? Like, I don't think Quebec is very homophobic in general, but you see things like this down in the States too, where suddenly people can't express being queer in public. They can't hold their hand at the same-sex partner. They can't be you know, dressed in certain ways that doesn't conform with the gender they were assigned at birth. This is an attack on freedom of expression, which is protected in our Charter of Rights and Freedoms. You know, somebody praying in a park, he's saying it's not something we want in Quebec. How is it offensive to see somebody pray in a park? It's not like you have to participate. It's not like you have to join in. It's just somebody praying in a park. And then who's going to start policing that? At what level? If somebody does this, is that praying? If somebody, you know, nearly gets hit by a car and they're like, oh, thank you, God. Is that praying publicly? But it's just like this idea of you have to keep it behind closed doors in a way by going to a church or a mosque. If you're offended by seeing other people pray, that's a you problem. Legault's CAQ government has been suffering in opinion polls and recently lost its third consecutive by-election in the Souverainist Party to the Souverainist Parti Québécois. Legault himself is slated to appear next week in public inquiry examining the mismanagement of SAAQ Click platform. The platform was intended to digitize some of auto insurance board services, but it went more than 500 million over budget. Quebec should focus on solving real problems. Images of Muslim praying in Montreal made headlines last summer, and last month a viral video showing a Muslim praying outside the Notre Dame Basilica of Montreal was shared more than 14,000 times on X. I don't see what the problem is here. What's somebody was praying outside of a church? But members of other faiths also hold public events in Quebec, including the Way of the Cross procession led by Catholic Archbishop of Montreal on Good Friday. In a scathing statement, the Canadian Muslim Forum said the street prayers are a manifestation of freedom of expression. Banning them, the CMF said, would stigmatize communities and undermine social cohesion. At a time when Quebecers are struggling with a healthcare crisis system, SAAQ Click fiasco and skyrocketing housing costs, rising living expenses, the CAQ government should be focused on solving real problems, not policing the fundamental rights of its citizen, the statement said. You mean the provincial government is making this into an issue when it's not, to deflect from the fact that there are real issues not being tackled? Yeah, that's Ontario, Saskatchewan. Also, definitely Alberta. I'm seeing a trend. Where they like to pick all these little things. Like here in Ontario, Doug Ford loves to use alcohol as the deflection. Selling alcohol. In Alberta right now, it's the book banning and anti-queer stuff that they have going on. That's the biggest deflection. Saskatchewan has some of that going on as well as the deflection. It's how about you deal with the real crises going on in the provinces? Paul Saint-Pierre Plamondon, the leader of PQ, said he was not opposed to legislation banning prayer in public spaces, but questioned why it had taken Legault so long to present a law. The Canadian Civil Liberties Association said banning prayer in public spaces would infringe on the freedom of religion, freedom of expression, freedom of peaceful assembly, and freedom of association. That's a whole big chunk of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms right there. Public spaces belong to everyone, regardless of their religious beliefs, the association wrote a statement. These spaces must be places where diversity of belief, culture, and identity is both respected and protected. Committee report didn't recommend public prayer ban, so Roberger's, I heard it earlier, I don't remember how to say it, announcement on public prayer also comes just days after an advisory committee recommended the government expand its secularism law known as Bill 21 to bar early childhood educators in provinces' subsidized daycare network from wearing religious symbols. Yes, Bill 21. The committee, chaired by Guillermo Russo and Christine Plachon, two lawyers that have previously defended Bill 21 in court, did not, however, recommend the government ban prayer in public, suggesting instead that it leave the issue to individual municipalities. Okay. So just going to, for people who don't know what Bill 21 is, this is from The Conversation. So the Supreme Court of Canada, and this article is from January 30th, but this, the notwithstanding clause was used to enforce this back about 5 years ago. So the Supreme Court of Canada has announced that it will hear a challenge to Quebec's secularism law known as Bill 21. The law passed in 2019 to affirm the laicity of the state, restricts certain public sector employees in Quebec from wearing religious symbols while exercising their functions. Those challenging Bill 21 have used a variety of legal tools to oppose the law they argue imposes discriminatory treatment mainly on Muslim women. Muslim women who wear hijabs or other visibly religious minorities have been living with the ongoing effects of the law for more than 5 years. This includes the inability to be employed as a public school teacher, government lawyer, or judge despite their expertise and training. For those who were already working in the public service while wearing a religious symbol, the law prohibits them from receiving any promotions or transfers. That is definitely going against our protected rights. And that is definitely why they use the notwithstanding clause. There are also restrictions when receiving public services, specifically that a person must uncover their face. This may deter niqab or burqa wearing women from accessing public services that they need and deserve. I would say also people who are COVID wary. When a discriminatory law is enacted, it has implications beyond the legislated text. In Quebec, it has promoted the rejection of those who live visibly religious lives through violence on the streets and insistence that they do not belong to Canadian society. The exclusionary power of this law has created a culture of discrimination such that Muslim women are prohibited from wearing clothing of their choice in employment sectors even beyond the parameters of Bill 21. Overriding rights, the notwithstanding clause. The case is also significant because of Quebec's government use of Section 33 of the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, known as the Notwithstanding Clause, the Section 52 of the Quebec Charter of Human Rights and Freedoms, to shield the law from legal challenges. Bill 21 was enacted with a broad popular support in Quebec. However, Canadian history is replete with examples of discriminatory laws, from Indian Act to the Chinese Exclusion Act to legal orders authorizing Japanese internment camps. For those of you who don't know, Canada had them too. It wasn't just the United States. Without strict guardrails around how Section 33 can be used, Canadian governments could gain great leeway to create legislation that infringes on charter rights. Typically, a discriminatory law like Bill 21 would never withstand a constitutional challenge, since the Canadian Quebec charters protect religious freedom and the right to equality. However, because the Quebec government invoked both override provisions preemptively before a court could decide on the law's constitutionality, challenging the laws have become more difficult. So there is more to this, but I will toss the rest of this into the SandBox so that people can read up on it if you like. There we go. So, back to this. And so we heard from Ying Pa Wu, Anthony Horse Farter, Horse Farter, Horse Ass on Fire. It's not even that late and I'm already getting tongue-tied. You know what I mean. You know what I mean. So this was sent to me yesterday. I haven't really had a chance to read over it in detail from the Observer, just somebody wanting to bring attention to this particular news story that isn't really gaining much traction in the news. But, you know, it is an act of resistance, and I'm always on do what you can when you can. And this is what this person is doing. So family raise alarm at Palestine activist prison hunger strike. The family of a prisoner awaiting trial for allegedly taking part in Palestine action raid on Israeli weapons firm factory has raised concerns for her health after she went on hunger strike. So in the UK, the organization Palestine Action has been labeled a terrorist group in line with like the KKK or ISIS, because they put paint on things. Pretty much is what they're guilty of, putting paint on like military stuff. Tiuta Haksa, 29, known as T, I can pronounce that, has refused food for nearly 3 weeks in a dispute with managers of Peterborough Prison over her treatment. T is one of 24 prisoners who are being held on remand in relation to Palestine Action's raid on Elbit Systems factory in Filton, Gloucestershire in August last year. And the only reason why I can say some of these names is because we have them all here in Ontario. A letter from 75 current and former medical professionals to NHS England and the prison authorities warns that T's life could be at risk if she does not receive proper treatment, including regular electrolytes. This is understood that she receives these for the first time on Friday after 18 days without food. Her sister, Rama, 17, says T's treatment in prison has worsened significantly since the Home Office's controversial decision to ban Palestine Action as a terrorist organization in July. Since then, more than 700 people have been arrested in mass civil disobedience against the proscription. The latest in James Grote, a Baptist minister who was arrested in Oxford on Wednesday for holding a sign saying, "I oppose genocide, I support Palestine Action." I covered this a few weeks ago when the mass arrests were happening. Peaceful protesters just sitting there saying this exact thing. "I oppose genocide, I support Palestine Action." They were calling them placards. They were holding up placards. On this side of the pond, we just say they're posters or signs. We don't call them placards. It sounds very formal. We're learning a little bit about culture here and language. We're very similar, as in we know how to spell neighbor and labor, but we don't call them placards. We call them signs. My sister has been on remand since November 2024, and her trial is in April 2026, expected to last about 2 months, says Rama. She tells me prison is a cesspool of boredom. She's been called a terrorist by prison staff, and she belongs to a terrorist group. Everything is a struggle. T was not charged with any terrorism offenses. She denies charges of criminal damage, violent disorder, and aggravated burglary. The Crown Prosecution Service has announced when it charged her that it would be submitting that the offenses had a terrorist connection. T was removed from HMP Bronzefield on the day MPs voted for prescription. She is demanding that she have her position as a library assistant reinstated and that all her mail be delivered to her. She has claimed that some letters are being censored and went undelivered. That is a violation. Somebody who volunteers with Amnesty International, I know that they should be receiving their mail. In written comments seen by The Observer, she has said that since moving to the prison in Peterborough, "I've been called a terrorist, heard an officer tell another prisoner that supporting Palestine is terrorism, accused of being part of a terrorist group, and placed on report for saying free Palestine." Let's see. Sorry, my voice is already starting to give out, so I'm just wondering if I have it in me to read the rest of this. I think I'll just toss this into the SandBox as well because there's still plenty to go over today. So asked how the hunger strike has affected T's, Knight said she looks a lot thinner. I think she now realizes that they actually don't care whether she lives or dies, so she's not going to give up until they respond to the demands. A spokesperson for NHS England, which oversees healthcare for prisoners, said prisoner healthcare providers are required to deliver care in line with relevant national specifications, including stepping in clinical monitoring of patients who refuse fluids or foods and ensure safe and appropriate treatment. But so another group of people who are doing what they can when they can. I covered this, I touched on it yesterday, but there's a new flotilla of dozens of ships. I think it was over 40. No, it was 50 ships of over 40 nations are now going to Gaza. So many famous people trying to reach Gaza. Israel will be so brutally exposed on social media to literally billions of people. This flotilla is making Israel and Zionists tremble in fear. So yes, lots of famous people going on this flotilla. I don't know what's in this video. Let's see. Hopefully there's not too much music, or I might have to mute it right away. No music.
Free Palestine. From everywhere, from every country, from Spain. From Malaysia here. Where are you from? Chile and Sweden. Thank you.
The thing with this, with like 50 ships going,
Where are you from?
Israel would need to send a fleet
Australia.
to
Thank you so
stop
much.
all
Thank
of
you.
them.
Where are you
So
from?
there is a
Where are
possibility
you from?
that
Basque
some of these
country.
may actually
Be
get
careful.
through.
Basque country. You know?
That's a country.
Basque country.
From Badlo.
Bilbao, yes.
Thank you
yes.
so much. Gracias. Where are you from, bro? Where are you from?
Los Angeles.
Los Angeles. Where you come from?
I am Palestinian,
Palestinian.
but I
Going to
live in
Gaza?
New Zealand. I live in Aotearoa.
You are going to Gaza?
I'm inshallah.
Yes, thank
That
you.
is the plan,
Yeah.
to open a humanitarian corridor for all the Palestinian people that are calling for us to wake up.
Thank you so much.
They are the heroes. Keep watching them. Keep your eyes on them.
Thank you so much. Where are you from, guys?
New Zealand and...
New Zealand and
Hi, I'm from Australia.
Australia. You are going to Gaza?
Yes.
What's your message for the people in Gaza?
They are coming. They're going to break the siege.
From Mexico. Hello. Where are you from? Catalonia. Where are you from, guys?
I'm from Lithuania.
Lithuania. Wow. Where are you from? Norway. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you. Fuck the idea. We have Megan here. She wanted to say something. She was crying.
So emotional. All of humanity are coming together in one mission, one movement. It's to break the siege, open a humanitarian corridor. Solidarity with Palestine. Free, free Palestine. Sorry.
That is good to see. That is good to see. So I know Greta Thunberg is going again. Trending news. She's going on one of these flotillas again, and the Israeli government has already threatened to arrest her specifically and label her as a terrorist. I don't know if I have, let's see if there's anything specific on that. If I go into Twitter. Oh no. Sorry, just seeing an actor has passed away that I actually recognize. Graham Greene. That's too bad. Let's see. Greta. Search. Oh, she's trending. So somebody just saying Israel has declared Greta Thunberg a terrorist and plans to detain her indefinitely in one of their torture camps if she dares to come near Israel in her freedom flotilla. Do you stand with her? And this is a good video if you're on Twitter, or probably you can go to Novera Media to see this. She's just talking about how climate justice and justice for people are kind of in line with each other. And there she is on one of the flotillas. Jackson Hinkle tweeted this out, so I'm not going to. I will show it from this account, but not Jackson Hinkle's account, because Jackson Hinkle is not a great person. Let's see what she's saying here.
Humanized thing is happening. Palestinians have been dehumanized to such an extent that they are only spoken of in terms of numbers and UN resolution. Thing is happening. Palestinians have been dehumanized.
So, wishing all of them who are going on this, the best of luck. And I hope that some of the ships do break through. But again, it's important to keep in mind, it feels hopeless a lot of the times. It feels like nothing is being done, that nobody's doing anything. Keep in mind that the mainstream media isn't reporting on these types of things. Not in any significant way. So there are protests and rallies and movements going on all the time that are trying to bring attention to what's happening in Gaza, the genocide and everything that we simply aren't hearing about. But they are there. And so it's important that if you want to get involved, you have to search out your own community and see if there's a group nearby you that you can get involved with, to see if there's anything more that you can do to get the message out there and apply pressure to your governments to end this atrocity, to no longer support Israel, to hold our governments accountable, because all of them should be going to The Hague now. We knew back in October 2023 what was happening. There's no way to deny it. So Justin Trudeau, Melanie Joly, Mark Carney, Anita Anand, they all should be going to The Hague for trial. Let's see what people are saying before we move on to the next thing. That's, again, a very depressing topic, kind of related to genocide, but here in Canada. Grand Theft Autobot CTV, coddling terrorist viewpoints. I think you nailed it. You nailed it there. Let's see. Zuki, forgive me, I'm not so clued up on Canadian politics, but is Canada also complicit in the genocide? Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm. Yep. Oh, yeah, big time. You have the BBC, we have the CBC. Insert commentary of BBC right into the CBC. Same thing. Mark Carney is just the better looking identical twin of Keir Starmer. That's about it. But yeah, when it comes to complicity in the genocide, it's a whole bunch of strongly worded statements, but with no follow through. And then the government did say, we're going to stop sending arms to Israel, and then they found every loophole they could to still send tens of millions of dollars worth of weaponry to Israel. Reports about that came out exposing them. But yeah, and Justin Trudeau, former prime minister, had declared that, Zionism is not, nor should it ever be, a dirty word. I am a Zionist. Do not clip that. That's not me saying it. That was Justin Trudeau. And Mark Carney has said that, the people in Gaza, they need to, just accept Zionism, and then things can get better for them once they accept Zionism, whatever that means. And Mark Carney is also saying, yeah, we'll do that thing too that like France is doing, where we say that, Palestinians have a right to self-determination. We'll do it in September, but only if they have an election within like the next year, and Hamas can't be involved in it, because Gaza definitely has the infrastructure right now to hold an election. And Canada definitely has the ability to dictate who can run in it. Yeah, we're just as bad. We're just as bad as the States and the UK. Grand Theft Autobot facing crowd. We are not sending weapons to Israel. Turns to the side and whispers, get those weapons to Israel post haste. Back crowded with a smile. No weapons at all. Honest, pinky swear. We're Canadian. You can trust us. We're friendly. Grand Theft Autobot. Oh, fuck this guy and the horse he farted on. Yes, Anthony Horse Farter. Yeah, it's a well-earned nickname for Anthony. Flow Snake saying, hopefully all decent people of other religions will have massive public pray-ins. Let's see. The reference frame. Sandy trying to say French names is entertaining. Are you saying my French is not up to par, huh? I think I know what I am talking about. It is French here in southwestern Ontario. It is different dialect here. Yeah, southwestern Ontario has a different dialect than Quebec French. Hello, Rachel Atwood. I could say it if I heard it properly, and then said it like exactly right after it. There was a time back when I was younger, I used to be complimented on my French accent. Oh, that was a long time ago. It's not the same anymore. Flow Snake. Secularism mean the states keeps its freaking nose out of people's choice whether to follow any religion or none. It does not mean enforce atheism or appearance thereof. We do have freedom of expression in this country. Crouchy is in the SandBox. Lookout will ban people from doing Tai Chi in the park because someone think it's offensive. Well, I know, like, here in Ontario, there were some songs that were banned during Remembrance Day ceremonies because they were sung in Arabic. The songs were about peace. It wasn't even about what was happening in Gaza and stuff. They were just sung in Arabic. And then all of a sudden it's like, oh no, they're singing terrorist songs. A bunch of kids singing terrorist songs. Song about peace. Hello, Looney Tunes 9000. Crouchy, it's ridiculous for them to suggest immigrants have to assimilate to a secular culture by hiding their harmless religious practices from the public. Yeah. Flow Snake, we have another controversy re outdoor prayer in UK. You probably have it too, where so-called Christians pray outside abortion clinics as a form of harassment and then cry about freedom. Yeah. Rachel Atwood, no Christian cross or Star of David jewelry allowed. That's where I might get in tricky. You see, I think for the law that they have in Quebec, if you can hide the symbol under your clothing, then you can have it. But with some religions, when it comes to like turbans or hijabs and stuff like that, you can't do that. Because it's not just Muslim women, it's also turbans are being targeted in those as well. So like Jagmeet Singh, who was running as the leader of the federal NDP, if he had gotten a government job in Quebec, he wouldn't be able to wear his turban. Zuki saying white nationalism is on the rise. I never thought I'd see such a large amount of people in the country taking part. And Grand Theft Autobot saying not impossible. We almost had a conservative anti-trans, anti-abortion chud when Pierre Poilievre, who I call Polievra, almost took PM, but the connections to Trump soured the country. Yes. There you go. Reference frame. I can say Pierre Poilievre. I probably just fucked that up right now. It's whenever I'm trying to think about it, I can't do it. That's the problem. Like, I can do accents and stuff. I just can't think about it when I'm doing it. It's like, if you ever seen it's an old movie called Mystery Men about a ragtag group of people with like superhero abilities. And one of them can become invisible, but only when nobody is looking. You see, that's me with accents. I can use accents, but only when nobody is listening and I'm not thinking about it. I swear. Oh. Rachel Atwood, weren't David Suzuki's parents sent to internment camps during World War II? I'm not entirely sure off the top of my head. Let's see. Rachel Atwood, immigrating to Scandinavia is insanely difficult, right? I don't know. I think you're replying to somebody else in the SandBox. Zuki, well, Labor over here is certainly revealing their inner conservatives. So is our Liberal Party. Like I said, they're the same. What your Labor is doing, our Liberal is doing. Because Mark Carney, he used to be CEO of the Bank of England. Like, he probably has a lot of buddies in your government right now. Lots of responses to the flotillas. Oh, my kitty cat over there. Rachel Atwood, I love that guy. One of the most famous and prolific Native American actors. Yeah, let's go. And I think I caught out of the side of my eye something else you said that I wanted to respond to that I can't think of what it was right now. That I probably accidentally skipped. Oh, Rachel Atwood saying Novara host is on one of those ships. Yeah, I imagine there's a lot of people in the media that are independent media, nobody from the mainstream media. Some celebrities are going and stuff, and a lot of, you know, as the tweet was saying, a lot of famous people are going, which is making it harder and harder, and then it's getting more and more exposure because all of their followings are finding out, and then it gets spread that way. Like, quite honestly, somebody from CBC or CNN or BBC or something should be on one of these flotillas just to, you know, using the excuse they're just documenting what's happening. They don't even have to be in agreement with it, but just do your fucking job. John Davis, he is in a really good movie called Clear Cut. Highly recommend. I'll have to look up his movie history. Because the thing is I recognize him and I know I've seen him in movies. I just can't think of those movies off the top of my head. Hello, Sammy. The Wild West, I speak 2 languages, French the best. I'm not going to try. Okay, fine, hermetologist, since you put it in the SandBox. Le garuli mange le pamplemousse. I'm totally nailing it. Oops. Grand Theft Autobot. No, Sandy, I call him Polyvere. Polyevra. Polyvere, like how Alex Jones couldn't pronounce it. Also, Mystery Men, yes. Sammy, English accent is hard for us French, to be fair. I used to do a lot of improv, and so we would always get like French spots every now and then and whatnot. And so I would use my basic, you know, 50 words of French, most of them counting up to like 30. And then there'd be people who were like fluent French. And so it was funny watching me try to interact with them. And, but one thing I was always desperately wanting to try was to speak French or have one of them speak French, but with a completely different accent. Because it's one of the things here in Canada in particular that whenever we do speak French or attempt to speak French, we do lay on like a French accent, but it'd be interesting if we like use a completely different one, like an Aussie accent or something, or get like a Scottish drawl in with while speaking French. Like that'd be so fun if you could just do that. Grand Theft Autobot, it's actually Poilievre. Rachel Atwood, didn't Carney have UK and Irish passports until April? I don't know. I don't know. Wouldn't surprise me. Okay, let's get back to more horrid news. Well, it's not current, but it's just, again, I like to bring attention to these things when I can, because living here in Canada, there were genocides committed here. The government likes to refer to them as cultural genocides because when you refer to it as a cultural genocide, it doesn't follow under the same requirements as genocide. So if something is declared a genocide by the international court, then there are certain procedures and certain things that are done and certain people that will be held in front of the court and stuff. Cultural genocide doesn't fall under that category, though. Funny how they choose that language. And also there's something about when Canada signed on to certain provisions that nothing could be grandfathered in, so anything that happened before a certain date wouldn't count towards Canada. Gee, I wonder why. Well, this is why. So this is from the T. Untold story of RCMP's probe of residential schools abuses. In the 1990s, police in BC launched the only province-wide investigation of survivors' reports of sexual assault and violence. When RCMP Constable Calvin, we're just going to go with Calvin. Oh, I wanted to start with Sean here, though. So Sean Carlton, who takes a good look at all these things for people who are still in the hostile fart sauna. So in the 1990s, the RCMP launched the probe into residential school crimes in British Columbia. The final report has been made public for the first time thanks to Investigation Journalism Foundation Open by Default database. It's devastating. The story contains reference to residential school abuses and sexual assault. An Indian residential school helpline is 1-866-925-4419. Is available 24 hours a day for anyone seeking emotional support as a result of their residential school experience. You see, the thing is that is present tense because this didn't happen a long time ago. The horrors that this country is responsible for. There are survivors of these schools that are around. The last ones shut down in the mid to late 90s, depending on which. I think in the United States it might be late 90s. I've heard like 1996 maybe was when the last residential school got shut down. So there's plenty of people alive today who have suffered through these things. So Sean is saying, as a historian of residential schooling in BC, I had heard of this probe before, also known as Project ENIRS. The Cooper Island podcast also mentions the probe and part of survivor-led justice initiatives in the 1990s and 2000s. So the RCMP investigated residential school crimes is not news, but details of the task force are just now being understood. As the IJF has revealed, the task force was dodged by chronic underfunding, obstruction by government and churches, moral problems, and others. Charges against 14 men have been linked to the task force work. Though 4 were charged before, another 2 men were charged using some evidence from the task force. I have featured it on my channel multiple times, an article of over 5,300 people who are connected to these residential schools have been located in this country, but they were located to serve as witnesses for compensation of some Indigenous folks who went through these schools. Like I said, I've been watching a lot of Owen Jones lately, and he's very optimistic that when all is said and done, a lot of people are going to be hauled in front of the Hague for what's happening in Gaza. I wish I had that optimism, Because I look at what's happened here in Canada and the fact that there's thousands of people that could still be held accountable for the atrocities that happened in these schools, and it's not happening. We know who they are. They were located, but none of them, like just a handful here through this one investigation. St. Anne's had a makeshift electrical chair. How is nobody being sent to prison for that? And instead, Canada has convinced the rest of the world that we have this maple-washed image, this brand of Canada. And there's been no real accountability for any of these schools. Like, there's the Truth and Reconciliation Commission that people will hear about. It's like, oh, well, Canada did this. And there were over 90 recommended actions to take, and a handful of them have been done in 10 years. So I'm not optimistic, unfortunately. The team would go on to collect more than 4,000 tips, including complaints against 129 people and 974 separate allegations of criminal misconduct. The 2003 report revealed rampant residential school crimes, pre-TRC, Truth and Reconciliation Commission. It shatters the mythology often pushed by the church and state that the schools were benevolent, even humanitarian, and well-intentioned. The reality was quite different, more horrific. Children paid the price. In 2003, this would be shocking, but in 2025, we know well the genocidal nature of the residential schooling thanks to the work of the TRC. It documented widespread abuse and crimes and deaths of more than 4,000 children. There are a few additional interesting aspects to the story. One is how the task force got started. A complaint from the New Chan Nulith Tribal Council in Vancouver Island, 1994. More than 100 community members asked local RCMP to investigate abuses at the nearby Alberni residential school. The local RCMP didn't have the capacity, so it became larger task force, then expanded to all residential schools. It confirmed what the TRC had revealed. Let's see. I also want to get to the article. So if you're on Twitter, I recommend just going through the whole tweet thread. I'll slowly scroll through this so that if you want, you can freeze the screen and read the rest of what he is saying in this. So yeah, feel free to rewatch this and pause it so that you can finish reading it, because I have to limit my voice, and I did want to touch on the actual T article about it. So as we look forward to Orange Shirt Day in 2025 during TRC's 10-year anniversary, it's time Canadians recommit to putting the truth before reconciliation. And so yes, that is coming up very soon, the Orange Shirt Day, which I've covered on my channel before. And there's, let's see, this is the link to the final report. I will toss this into the SandBox as well. And then let's get on to the article. So it's starting off by just talking about how the task force started. So the final report of the task force tells a story of specialized police unit with noble intentions led by dedicated and skilled police officers, which was nonetheless dogged by chronic underfunding, obstruction by government and churches, morale problems, careless work by some officers, and unending difficulties gathering evidence that could stand up in court. Swatsits, said he was overcome with emotion to read the report for the first time. His job has been to interview survivors and file reports on abuse by clergy and staff members, but he'd never known how those reports were used. I'm very overwhelmed by the outcome because of some of the names on the list of people being charged. I remember reading their names and statements from the survivors, he said. I feel good that something came out of those investigations. I feel good that some people were arrested, charged, and convicted. Charges against 14 men have been linked to the task force work, although the report makes it clear 4 of those men were charged before the team was formed. Charges against another 2 men used some evidence collected by the task force, but the bulk of the work had been done earlier. Still, the task force legacy is more than just a criminal case for RCMP's major crime units. Staff Sergeant Ron Pelta wasn't on the team, but he's seen how its work informed the complicated investigations he's overseen related to missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. Let's see. So I felt traumatized just to listen to the stories. It all began from a plea from the Nuchan Nulith Tribal Council in Vancouver Island in 1994. More than 100 community members had come forward to report abuse during their time at Albany Indian Residential School, and the council asked local Mounties to take these allegations seriously. But the detachment in the small city of Port Albany, BC, didn't have nearly enough officers to tackle an investigation of this size, according to Pachuluk's report. And so the task force was born, originally composed of 4 members of E Division Major Crimes and 15 other things. So let's see. So I just want them to know that there are many victims, and these are the kind of things they went through. So that there's not a lot of shock and hurt caused by the investigation when we went through and fully aware of what they were going into. For Setstuts, that was a long and difficult process. I felt traumatized just to listen to the stories, he said. He found the strength through the cultural teachings of his grandfather, who helped him work through his grief and anger after the suicides of his friends many years earlier. But the pain he heard in those interviews lingered. As a policeman, you can sit down and interview hundreds of victims all the time. But when it's all of them, that kind of abuse, what's going to happen to them after they leave, he said. You open up that wound, and I always just hope that they're going to be okay. Not everyone on the task force was so thoughtful about their work. Unfortunately, some parts of the investigation left much to be desired. He wrote, some of the statements gathered by the Mounties were sloppy, and members made faulty assumptions based on little evidence or even rumor. Let's see. Trouble from above. Yeah, so I will toss this into the SandBox, but please read up on it. Okay. Main shot. I'm going to move that to a different docket. And then that's it for all of those. Oh, no, I'll have to move that to a different docket. Okay. Okay. There. Oops. And there. Okay. Next docket is ready. How many? Oh my God, I've just been through one docket. I feel like I've already been at this for hours, and I have, but just not as many hours as I feel like I've been going through this. What is next that I wanted to go over? So there's... Right, stuff on schools is what I wanted to go over next. Then some provincial stuff about housing and healthcare. Oh, no, I wanted to go over this one next. Okay, following up on some of my older stories from a couple weeks ago, where I was right. I am right on it. I'm right on the issue. So Grand Theft Autobot, they could replace Trump with an orange blob of Play-Doh, and his dumbass Trumpling minions wouldn't be able to tell the difference, lol. He's definitely sick. David Dole released a video on him earlier today just saying, you know, the conspiracies that he's like dead, it's probably way overblown, but there's definitely something going on. And so I think a lot of people are right now are just suspecting he's had strokes, and it's harder to hide that, especially if you have like a drooping face or mobility issues afterwards. Um, but you know, it's very ironic that there's all these Trumpers out there saying, no, he's still in excellent health and great shape. And they're the ones that were mad at people saying, Biden was in excellent health and great shape. Neither of them were or are, but arguably Biden was in better shape than what Trump is in now. So it's, yeah. Let's see. Flow snake, is maple wash a great word? Is it commonly used in Canada, or is it a Sandinism? It is a term here in Canada. Maple wash is the image projected by Canada of being this friendly, overly apologetic, peacekeeping type nation. And I've talked about it a long time ago. I think I even put it into a short where I was talking about how Canada doesn't have a culture. We have a brand that we have sold to the rest of the world. Because our culture is comprised of stealing bits of other cultures. But it's not a culture per se, it's just a brand, and they look to see what sells. And it's projected this very friendly, you know, the goofy RCMP officer on a moose that will, you know, give out bottles of maple syrup for Halloween. It's just, it's not what this country is. And if you start peeling back the layers, you find out all the things that the UK and the US are guilty of, so is Canada. We've just put a more polite face on it. That's all. And in some areas, Canada is actually worse, because this stat always sticks out in my head, again, because I'm involved with Amnesty International. I know this stat, that over 60% of mining corporations around the world are Canadian owned. So in South America and Africa and stuff, when you have small tribal villages and stuff like that that get wiped out or have to move, or the environmental damages or assassinations and murders and stuff like that from these mining corporations, that's Canada. Like, granted, they're not Canadian so much as they're using the Canadian umbrella. So they have like an office or a PO box in Ottawa to be branded as Canadian so that they can be protected under Canadian laws and stuff like that. But then they are Canadian for all intents and purposes, and this country should be responsible for them. But yeah, we're every overseas Middle East conflict that the UK and the US are involved in, so are we. We might not just be as visible, that's all. Like when the States went to Iraq and had boots on the ground, you know, I think it was Jean Cachin back then said, we will not do that. And we didn't send boots on the ground, but we did spend tens of millions, 100 million or so, with behind the scenes people there. You know, forget the word. There's a word for it. Some specialists and stuff, but I think it begins with an I. It begins with an I. You know, that sort of thing. But yeah, But, you know, everyone thinks Canada is so great. We always rank so well when it comes to greatest nations on earth and stuff. Of course, those are very Western tainted surveys, Western biased surveys. The Wild West, my great-grandfather went to a residential school. Okay, people talking about some really exotic meats. Sammy, very insightful. Sandy didn't know about those schools' histories. Is that the... I think I have a better one than that. Do I still have it? A better image than that one. Let's see, where is it? Okay, got browse. Do I have it under here? You'll see what I'm talking about. Oh, here it is. I made this image back a while ago when the story about Kamloops was coming out and the hundreds of graves were being found of children, unmarked graves. On there is a list of all the residential schools. And so Kamloops, St. Anne's, and Brandon were in the news at that time. But, yeah. It's what happened at these schools, what's happened to Indigenous folks that was my turning point in politics, in my thoughts of Canada. You know, my pride in Canada went away. I started to see this country for what it was when I actually really started to learn about what these schools were and what Canada is responsible for when it comes to Indigenous peoples. That's when the maple was washed out of my eyes. And that's why I feel it's important to, you know, make sure I cover these stories when they come out and to keep it in the news. And I try my best. And you can go back and you can see clips or parts of live streams where I've covered these stories. But yeah, it's devastating. And then you have Justin Trudeau, you know, it's not like he would ever do anything to bring any attention or credibility or justice to the situation when his dad, Pierre Elliott Trudeau, when he was prime minister, there was still over 60 functional schools. So it is, you know, just think like somebody in their 40s is old enough to have attended one of these schools as a kid. I think even their late 30s, they could have been to one of these schools, depending on where they were born in this country. And the stories that have come out from what's happened at these schools is just some of the most horrific things possible. Experiments on children, starvation. Like, it was actually purposely made that they figured out the exact dollar amount needed to spend on a single child in order for them to survive. And then they were given 75% of that for the schools. If they tried to speak their own language, they were beaten. So when if their parents could afford to travel to the schools, if they were allowed off of the reservations, that was a thing. If they were allowed off of their reservations to travel to these schools, then quite often they wouldn't be able to communicate with their children because they themselves did not know English or French. Yeah, it is horrific what happened. And there's been no accountability. Nothing really. Lots of people are alive who are the perpetrators of the crimes at these schools. Like the one that's on the screen there, St. Anne's. They made an electric chair to torture these kids. Oops. The horrors of St. Anne's. Ontario Provincial Police files obtained by CBC News reveal the history of abuse at the notorious residential school that built its own electric chair. Indian residential schools, 5,300 alleged abusers located by Ottawa. 17 private investigation firms contracted by the government at a cost of over $1.5 million to help settle abuse claims. It was just for settlements. It wasn't to actually hold any of these people accountable. Okay. Rachel Atwood, did anyone actually argue that Biden was in excellent health last year, or just that he was functional enough to delegate responsibly? I think there were a couple people, Brian Taylor Cohen and maybe a David Pacman, that were saying that he was fine. Most people on the left were basically like, no, he should go. That he was not in good enough health to maintain his position, and that he should be primaried or step down and have somebody else run. But then it got to the point when he said he was going to run. It was like, okay, it's this or Trump. So, he seems functional. And then that turned after the debate with Trump. So, and then there was a lot of pressure for him to step down and a lot of relief when he did. Let's see. Rachel Atwood, The Handmaid's Tale is a huge example of maple washing, I'd argue. I haven't actually read it. The Wild West. Maple washing is when the grocery store pretends a product is Canadian, but it's not. Did you know what was going to be in my docket today? We'll get to that in just a moment. Okay, people are thinking intelligence is the word that I was going for. Advisor. Advisors is the word that not I, apparently an A. Things like intelligence advisors and stuff like that were on the ground um, to help with the Americans with that. So even though you don't necessarily see boots on the ground, Canadians were involved. Rachel Atwood, the last closed in 1996, right? Yeah, I believe it was 96 or 97, as her meteorologist is saying. The Wild West is psychic, apparently. Mm-hmm. Okay, let's get back into it. So a couple weeks ago, I was covering a story about here in Ontario. There was a break and entry, and both the intruder and the resident of the apartment were charged with crimes. And there was a lot of talk in the media about like, oh, everyone has a right to defend themselves and blah, blah, blah. And it's like, yeah, you do. To a point. Here in Canada, we don't have the castle law. Lots of states do. Not all of them, but a lot of them do. But here in Canada, you have to meet it with equal force. So, like some descriptions are, some examples that are used are kind of like, okay, so an intruder comes in, you grab a knife, you're looking for a knife that will help you defend yourself. So obviously one that is sharp, and then you stab the person and they go down. That would be seen as reasonable force. And most likely the person would not be charged. However, if after that person is down and you go over and continue to stab them until they die, that would be a crime. And so, at one point, I think there was a duty to retreat. That's not the case anymore, but that may be taken to effect. So basically, if somebody is breaking your house, but you can escape out the back door and call for help, ideally, that's what you should do, as opposed to, standing there with a gun and waiting to shoot them. So you are able to defend yourselves in Canada. You can use lethal force when defending yourselves in Canada, and nothing is wrong. But somebody was charged for this home invasion. And the thing is that people are saying, well, the police can't haphazardly do this. They didn't. The police are generally speaking on the side of the property owners and anti-criminal. And so for them to actually lay charges, something went down in that apartment that was far beyond self-defense. And but of course, Pierre Poilievre is using it as an excuse or as a platform to chirp about. But yeah, you don't have free reign in Canada to simply murder someone because they're on your property. You can, like I said, you can kill in self-defense and it be completely legal, but you can't just murder someone. And they say, well, it's hard to tell what reasonable is in the heat of the moment, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, and the courts take that into account. Because if somebody were to break into my place and the only thing I had to defend myself was a baseball bat and I used it and hit them over the head, and then that caused them to fall down and crack their skull open and die, I still probably would not be charged, because it's not like I knew, how much force to apply on this. There's adrenaline going. I'm in fear of my life. However, if the person was just knocked down, unconscious, and then I go over and continue to bash their head in, that's a different story. But the thing is that it's not just about protecting the criminals. It's about protecting the people who are having their homes invaded. Because if my friend from across the hall who has a key to my apartment comes into my apartment late at night because he's out of milk, but then I bash him over the head with a baseball bat because I didn't see who he was, that, that would not be good for me either, because I don't want to be responsible for their death. And so it does it makes people, you have to think a little. You can't just react with murderous intent in these situations. But even here, a lot of Canadians are like, well, if somebody comes onto my property, then, all bets are off. I can do whatever you want. No, it is not the purge when somebody comes onto your property, because a lot of it is, yes, if they are there intent on harming you, which statistically speaking is extraordinarily rare, you have the right to defend yourselves. But more often than not, it's a mistake. It's somebody who maybe is there trying to steal electronics or something, but has no intention of harming anyone. They're just desperate for money. And so the thing is that you can't rehabilitate the dead. And so if you take that person's life because they were trying to take your computer, will they ever become a better person? And so I equate this to saying, if you don't believe in the death penalty, you shouldn't believe in things like the castle law, because it's basically you are implementing the death penalty on these people for crimes that do not warrant it, if it's even a crime. Because one of the reasons why a lot of people are against the death penalty is because they found a lot of innocent people were dying because of it. And if anyone is just allowed to shoot anyone or kill anyone because they're on the property, it means a lot of innocent people will die because of it. And we have prime examples down in the States of this happening over and over and over again. And usually, let's just say it's a particular type of person that's on the receiving end of this. Yes, Black people go and knock on a door, and the homeowner is thinking that this Black person who is lost and wanting directions is about to break in and cause her harm, so she shoots him through the door and kills him and isn't charged. So these laws are there to, yes, protect the supposed criminal, because again, they're not necessarily there for criminal intent. Sometimes it's an accident. Sometimes it's a misinterpretation, all of these things. But it's also there to protect people, because I would never be able to live with myself if I killed someone who was maybe in my apartment because they forgot what floor they were on. They thought they got off on a different floor, but they were on my floor, and maybe I left the door unlocked and they just walked in. There's so many things. Even if the person is there for, harmful intent, I don't want to kill someone. I don't want that on my conscience. Even some of the worst people, if I had free reign to execute some of the worst people in the world, I'm not going to say names for liability reasons, and I was given a gun and said that I had free reign to murder this person, I don't think I could, even if they were the worst of the worst of the worst. Because it's one thing to fantasize about it, it's one thing to think, yeah, I'd do it. It's another thing to be in that situation, to have the reality of it there. And the consequences of it, the emotional and mental consequences of it later on. It's you can fantasize about these things like, oh yeah, I'd shoot the home intruder, I'd do this and that and the other thing. But the reality of it is a far cry from whatever it is you see in your head about it. So those laws are there to protect everyone involved. But of course, since this happened, basically the intruder had to be airlifted to the hospital and was in critical condition. Something went down in that apartment that was more than self-defense. But people are saying, oh, well, the cops shouldn't haphazardly do this. They didn't. They didn't. But Pierre Poilievre and so many other right-wingers in particular, and some centrists and left-wingers are jumping on this to be like, people have the right to defend themselves here in Canada. We should be able to do... No! We have the right to defend themselves. We don't have the right to just murder. And so there was a little bit more on that. So Patrick Moss here is just saying, how much Has your home being invaded been a problem in your life? I'm in my 50s, never had it happen to me. Riling up the base with essentially inconsequential dog whistles is what these guys focus on. Like the bathroom thing and banning a Handmaid's Tale. Ridiculous. And it's like my mom once caught somebody breaking into her and her partner's car in the driveway. And they went out and confronted the person. And he was just a teenager. And once he was caught, he kind of owned up to it, and he actually waited there until the cops came. Does he deserve a chance at rehabilitation? You know, it is horrifying and terrifying when it happens, especially when you don't know. I know other people who, like the one building that I lived in, the main door was kicked down, but no apartments were entered. And I think part of it was somebody was drunk and was at the wrong building and was wondering why their key didn't work and kicked down the main door. And so there are things like that all the time. But if he had actually made it into the building and then went to whatever apartment he thought he was supposed to be in, and then his key didn't work there and kicked down that door, does he deserve to die? And I think what happened was when he kicked down the door and he walked in, he probably realized, oh shit, I'm in the wrong place, and left. Rachel Atwood, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. Remember Rashina McBride in MI and her busted car? I'm horrible with names to begin with, and there's so many cases down in the States that I need a little bit more context for that one. In her busted. Is this one of the people who her car broke down and she went to a house and was shot when she went for help? That would be my guess. So Patrick Moss here was just quote tweeting Pierre Poilievre saying, based on the principle that your home is your castle, which is not here in Canada, because we don't have the castle law, we're calling the government to immediately pass the Stand Your Guard law. Stand on guard law. You know, it's a play on words with our national anthem. We stand on guard for thee. Well, instead of stand your ground, it's going to be stand on guard, because this little dweeb here's all about the slogans.
Based on the principle that your home is your castle, we're calling on the government to introduce and immediately pass the Stand on Guard law, failing which one of our party's MPs will put forward such a bill. It will amend Section 34.2 of the Criminal Code, which right now says that you can defend yourself based on 9 very complicated and vague conditions.
They're not complicated and vague. It's things like, what is the size of the person who's coming in? Like, does this person pose a credible threat to you physically? Does this person have a weapon? Does this person, like, these are things that even in the heat of the moment can be assessed. But again, the courts tend to favor the property owners, the homeowners, the people who are being invaded in these situations. The courts will favor them to begin with, and things like adrenaline are taken into consideration. And so, again, for somebody to be charged for having their place invaded, it means something drastic happened. Not just a simple, they hit them over the head, they went down and cracked their skull open. Something far, far more severe happened.
Now look, if you're defending your house, you don't have time to think through 9 different conditions. You have one condition: to protect yourself and your kids. And it is wrong for the law, for the police, and for judges to apply a complicated, indecipherable legal doctrine.
It's not complicated and it's not indecipherable.
Against you when you were only doing what is right. Our amendment instead will change Section 34.2 of the Criminal Code to say that the use of force, including lethal force, is presumed reasonable against an individual who unlawfully enters a house and poses a threat to the safety of anyone inside.
So again, part of the assessment process would be, so right now, force is presumed appropriate if somebody has broken into your place and poses a threat with it. Again, lots of people have accidentally gone into the wrong place or broken into the wrong place, or isn't there with any intent to actually harm people. They might just be there because, yeah, they're there to steal property. The language he is using here is really skewing the view because, again, you have the right to defend yourself, even lethally, if the situation calls for it.
The proposed amendment is reasonable and prudent. It applies only to the unlawful entry of a home and preserves
Only the unlawful entry. So who determines that? Because is that just any entry, or is it, you know, I left my door open and somebody was at the wrong apartment and walked in and said, oh shit, I don't have cats, and walks out?
proportionality. Simply put, it means you have the right to use force to defend your home and your family against someone who threatens you and who has entered illegally.
So here from CTV News, they report on this a little bit more accurately because it has nothing to do with Palestine. Polyev wants reasonable self-defense defined in criminal code. Did I want to watch the video on this one? Let's see.
As for this ridiculous rule,
Or is it just the same thing that we just saw? Okay, it's just the same thing. The federal government needs to amend the criminal code so use of force, including lethal force, is considered reasonable to defend your home and family if somebody breaks into it, conservative leader Pierre Polyev said Friday. Oops, got a kitty under there that I almost stepped on. Yeah, we got, you know, use of force, lethal force, that's already covered. Polyev called a news conference in Brampton, Ontario, amid an outcry over assault charges that were laid against an Ontario man who encountered another man who allegedly broke into his apartment while carrying a crossbow. Justice Minister Sean Fraser said on social media that Canadians already have a right to defend themselves under the law brought by former Prime Minister Stephen Harper with Polyev's support. Wow, imagine that. Polyev has the current law Polyev voted in favor of. Huh. Funny how that happened. The criminal code says someone can defend themselves if they believe force or a threat of force is being used against them as long as their actions are reasonable in the circumstances. The law lays out 9 factors to consider when determining reasonableness, including the nature of the threat, whether there were other means to respond to it, as in, can you leave? Or can you not use a lot of force? Whether the incident involved a weapon, as well as size, age, and gender of the people involved. Polyev said these conditions are too complicated to consider in the moment if facing an intruder. If a child with a stick of gum breaks into my place, I'm pretty sure I can determine they're not a threat. If you're defending your house, you don't have time to think through 9 different conditions. And we heard him say that. Polyev said the government doesn't introduce its own amendment. His party will introduce a private member's bill to define what reasonable means. He said the bill would have 2 tests to determine when it would be permissible to use force against an intruder. 2 things. If someone enters your home illegally and uninvited. Again, accidents happen. Also, a lot of people who are killed in these situations down in the States are people who actually live in the residence. A roommate, One man shot his pregnant wife because he heard a noise in the kitchen, went down to investigate, and didn't realize she had left the bedroom. And 2, you reasonably believe they are a threat to your family, then it is assumed that all the force you use against the person is reasonable and legal. So just that. Then you can just murder them and you're fine. That is the test that our bill will bring in, Polyev said. In social media response to Polyev, Fraser said he trusts the police to lay charges and judges to consider the evidence. This isn't the Wild West, it's Canada, Fraser wrote. Canadians deserve real solutions that make us safer, not slogans that inspire fear and chaos for Pierre's political survival. Public debate of self-defense laws soared in Canada in recent days after the incident that we've already talked about. So it's generated significant public interest in what is unjust and accurate, and so on. So Robertson wrote that individuals have the right to defend themselves and their property, but that law requires that any defensive action be proportionate to the threat faced. This means that while homeowners do have the right to protect themselves and their property, the use of force must be reasonable given the circumstances, he wrote. And of course, Doug Ford also chimed in on that, and let's see. So Melina Makia, a defense attorney with an organization, said that charges like the one faced by McDonald are rare. To capitalize or change the law or propose an overhaul without knowing more at this stage, I think is premature, she said in an interview. She said reasonable under the current law can be interpreted as not escalating the level of violence presented. She said that if someone enters your home with both hands on a baseball bat, it would be reasonable to use a similar item to defend yourself. She said if a homeowner were to shoot someone with both hands on a baseball bat, that would likely be seen as unreasonable because there isn't an obvious threat the intruder will shoot the homeowner. I think it's hard to understand, but the law is designed so that people don't just shoot people or stab people as soon as the intruder enters their home. In a press conference, Polyev referred to a cherry-pick case. Because things like this happen. I live it every day. Nanaimo security guard pleads guilty to shooting intruder. A Nanaimo security guard who repeatedly shot a trespasser and kicked him in the head when he was down is facing possible prison time for the attack that left the victim in critical condition. This is what we're trying to avoid. Tog Tiggleman is covered in scars and says he lives in fear daily from the attack he suffered the morning of January 1st in 2024. On Tuesday, he faced the man who did it, Jeff Benvin, at a sentencing hearing in Nanaimo. I didn't know if there was justice for me because I live it every day. I don't know if there is a justice for me because I live it every day. That's what I don't think he understands. You don't do that to someone and emotionally damage them and expect it to change, Tiggleman told the news outside the courthouse. Court heard Benvin was living in an apartment at a recycling yard and in exchange for acting as its caretaker and security when he spotted someone in the yard going through the dumpster. The person was Tiggleman, who admitted he was trying to steal metal. Now, is this person going through a dumpster not near anyone a threat? Or is he just desperate and needs money? The 44-year-old said he was quickly spotted by the security guard who came out armed with a tactical shotgun equipped with scope and laser pointer, and the court heard Benvin then shot a round after round of rubber bullets into the unarmed man's leg, right arm, back, or torso. Surveillance video appears to show him kicking the victim, who was laying on the ground, in the head. Court heard the attack lasted minutes, and the victim was later found collapsed on the roadside outside the yard in critical condition. I was terrified. I didn't understand why it happened to him, said Tiggleman's girlfriend, Sarah LePage. There was no reason to have it happen to him. The way I see it, Jeff just thought he could get away with shooting him. Benvin has since pleaded guilty to aggravated assault of a firearm while being reckless to the safety of another person. And I think, yeah, I think we get it. Because if you start making it easier, and apparently this person seemed to be wanting to murder. That's just my opinion. In addition to the court, Bevan had signs in his apartment threatening extreme reactions to trespassers. "We don't dial 911, read one. Trespassing will cause serious injury or death." And on his phone, he had a sign stating, "Warning, property protected, crazy fucker with dogs, automatic weapons. If I don't know you and you are inside these gates, you are not coming out alive." This sounds like somebody who was just waiting for the opportunity. And this law protects people who might be desperate and in need of some extra cash from psychopaths like him. Because if we start just allowing this to happen and these laws getting looser and looser, then you can start seeing what's happening down in the States and ask, do we really want to live in that nation? Because this just happened. This is from August 31st from NBC News. 11-year-old boy fatally shot after ringing doorbell and running from Houston home, officials say. The boy was playing Doorbell Ditch, a game in which someone rings a doorbell and runs away, police said. A person was questioned and released. A child playing a game was executed because the homeowner was annoyed. An 11-year-old boy was pronounced dead at a hospital Sunday after he was shot while running from a home he had rung the doorbell on, Houston city officials said. The boy had been ringing doorbells Saturday night in the area, running as part of a game. A witness stated the male was running from a house. The male, a child, was running from the house after ringing the doorbell just prior to suffering a gunshot wound, it said. Officers responding to the shooting released a person who had been detained for questioning. The shooting was reported about an hour before midnight. The boy was rushed to a hospital where medical staff declared him dead. NBC affiliate indicated that there are more than one child who were playing the game, that the shooting victim was initially hospitalized. "We shouldn't have guns around kids, period, because a bullet doesn't have a name," neighbor Theresa Jones told the station. In spring, an 18-year-old man in Virginia was fatally shot as he and others teens participated in the game, being recorded for TikTok videos. The Spotsylvania County Sheriff Office said the homeowner who was arrested said he believed a break-in was underway at his residence. Because somebody rang the fucking doorbell? In California, a 45-year-old man who ran down a group of ding-dong ditch pranksters killing 3 teenagers was sentenced to life in prison. So at least there's some justice in that one, because he ran them down because they annoyed him. So the investigation into this particular shooting is still ongoing. I don't want that here in Canada. I don't want that in the States either. Let's see. We're getting into less heavy stories next. Actually, I think I want to go on to schools after this. Yeah, okay. Crouchy, a lot of Ring doorbell videos show thieves running away when somebody answers the door or when they just keep the door shut. Flow Snake Jet, the distant past, I had 6 string bass sold about 20 years back. Oh, I don't know what the context is. Rachel Atwood, McBride's car broke down on suburban in a suburb of Detroit, and she knocked on someone's door asking for help. The man opened the door and fired a shotgun at her head. Yeah. She was only 19 years old when a white man shot her in the face with a rifle. A locked screen door. Yeah. The man's porch seeking help after the solo car crash. Rachel Atwood is in the middle of the night, and his sleep-addled mind thought she was a burglar. He shouldn't have had such an easy access to a loaded shotgun with a semi-conscious. True. Cindy Wilson, Sandy, I was in this situation. The fear for your family is so strong you become like a trapped animal. Like a mama bear, you can't think. The fear is so strong. And that is all taken into account in these cases. And again, it's not like I'm saying you can't defend yourself. Even lethal force. You can. That's allowed, and you should. It's just, there's a difference between hitting someone, having them go down, and they no longer pose a threat, versus hitting someone, they go down, no longer pose a threat, and then you go over and continue to beat them. That's a difference. And yeah, I was saying earlier in the stream, I've had scary things happen to me. I had somebody jump into my car once when I was getting into my car. I know there's fear attached to these sorts of things. I had the door of one of the apartment buildings, the main door kicked in. Like, there's all these things, they do happen. And if somebody is protecting their family and they killed the intruder or whatever, that is taken into consideration in the courts. You know, the fear, the adrenaline. And it most often favors the homeowners in these situations. We're just talking about very extreme cases here. Grand Theft Auto bot. I wonder if the guy peeled off the invader skin in Word or something. Ugh. Sammy, too complicated to figure out if it's the loved one just struggling with the keys? What in the world? Yeah. Grand Theft Autobot reminder, Pierre has espoused pro-life views after he voted anti-abortion. Crotchy, oh yeah, I forgot about the guy who killed his wife. I covered a bunch of those stories when I was working at Rebel HQ. And I did a video on that sort of thing. And when I started looking into one story, I found articles on a whole bunch of other stories where innocent people were shot. Because when they were from Europe, so her fiance was from Europe and was visiting his soon-to-be father-in-law's house and wanted to surprise him by jumping out of the bushes in daylight in the backyard, and he got shot and killed. Somebody shot their own teenager because they were sneaking in home late. People already in the home, like the pregnant wife, drunk neighbors, all of that sort of thing. Rich P, did Canada have like a Wild West equivalent? Genuine question. I don't know the history. Yeah, in the prairies. Very similar. We have cowboys and cowgirls here in Canada. Look at Calgary with they have their stampede every year. That's a big draw and event. The Calgary Stampede. So it's similar. Let's see. The Wild West, observe and report, don't engage, #1 lesson we are taught in security guard school. Oops. Grand Theft Auto bot, I did not know Ding Dong Ditch was still a thing, but in my day it was kill the ding dong and dump their body in the ditch. George Waters, just to keep the subject going, Rich P1K, not something I know about, but Ask Westward March Canada was more about keeping the Yanks below the 49th parallel. Maskey as no tango. Well, yes, Canada and the United States were warring pretty badly back then. Only Canada wasn't exactly Canada. Canada didn't become more identifiable as what it is now until a lot later than a lot of this stuff happened. And it was a lot about keeping Canada separate from the United States. The Wild West, I was a security guard for 19 years and never had to resort to violence. So, yeah. Okay, let's I want to try to scooch through this because I was saying to myself, I'm doing these split streams so that they're not okay, so yesterday I was covering the book bannings that are happening in Alberta, although Danielle Smith says they're not book bannings, they are. And I was also pointing this out, that the censorship is coming to Twitter. So a couple weeks ago, I was trying to look at a picture of Owen Jones. It's a nice picture. He was topless in it, and that got age restricted on Twitter. And I don't have my age in Twitter, so I wasn't able to see it anymore. Because apparently having gay men topless on Twitter is now age-restricted content. And so then I was quite surprised with this because Twitter is broken. So often you can see these images before the AI catches up and says, no, we want to age restrict certain things. And so Nora Loretto had tweeted out this image and I had liked it when I could see it. And then suddenly when I went back to set up my dockets for the live stream, it was no longer available for me to see because it was listed as age restricted content. What is the horror content we are talking about? This. Derek, here are the books I had to pull off the shelves of my classroom library today. That image was age restricted on Twitter. I guess it's harder for it to tell what is in the image because it's a screen grab. JPEG. But the titles of these books are that scary that, you know, if somebody reads the title of The Diviners, Brave New World, The Handmaid's Tale, they're going to be scarred for life and need counseling, apparently. But it is to distract in Alberta from major schooling issues, of course. Issues that are going on that the underfunding of the education is crippling the system. So this is from the breakdown. So there might be a teacher strike both in Alberta and Ontario in the next few weeks because they're both renegotiating their contracts. But here the reporter is saying, so teachers suddenly asked for better wages, but they've been asking for better wages for months. And the politicians saying, well, yeah, but we have no appetite to pay more.
Hi, Colleen Underwood, CBC. I'm just a bit confused because it sounds as though the salary has been an issue for a while. I remember doing this story earlier this year, and the teachers were saying that the bargaining unit representing the employers wasn't able to actually, they didn't have the power to lift the 12%. And so it seems like it's the same issue. Are you guys just, is it a matter of you're not going to budge on the 12%? I assume that's the biggest stickler right now.
Yeah, happy actually to turn it over to Minister Horner to answer that for you.
Sure.
Thank you for the question. The way we look at all public sector bargaining is that we want to be at market. So I wouldn't say that they didn't have the power to lift that. They didn't have the data to lift that, because that puts them well within market. We're looking at the Ontario West comparator provinces. We don't want recruitment and retention challenges. We want all of our occupations to be...
You know, you won't have recruitment challenges if you offer the teachers a better salary than other provinces. I'm just saying, you know, offering them more money doesn't scare teachers away.
Paid the going rate, and that's what the data shows. In this instance, we're talking about a 12% general wage increase for every teacher. 95% of teachers would get more, up to 17%. That's what's on the table. So I guess my only comment is... But
the thing is like 12 to 17% of a shitty wage still gives you a shitty wage.
You know, we've looked at this from a proactive way. We don't want labor unrest. We want kids in schools. We've tried to come with a fair offer. That's what's on the table. And depending where this goes, I don't see that offer changing, because the data doesn't show that it should. And after the press conference I held yesterday, I don't think Alberta can afford to be an outlier. This is what happened with public sector wages in Alberta for the last 15 years. And that's why we saw a series of zeros and ones. We want them to be at market. We have no appetite to be above market. I just would leave that there.
Yeah, no appetite to actually offer them something a little bit more substantive. And another thing that they like to use as a distraction from their crumbling education funding in Alberta is the trans issue. And it's not an issue. It's that Alberta is making it an issue. Trans children in sports. I just, you know, the dystopia that those books write about is here. Because what I'm about to show you is so fucking ridiculous. And offensive for a school to be doing. It's very violating, invasive, like, what the hell? If a 12 to 17-year-old girl in Alberta wants to play on any sports team, she needs a parent or guardian to confirm she was female at birth or she can't play. Seems like a violation of human rights. Yeah? In accordance with the Fairness and Safety Sport Act that came into effect September 1st, this confirmation form is required under the Government of Alberta's Fairness and Safety in Sport Act and associated Fairness and Safety Sport Regulation. Under this legislation, athletes 12 and older wishing to participate in female-only league teams class, this does not include physical education class, or division of relevant sports, must submit a signed Fairness and Safety Sports Confirmation form prior to participation, including tryouts and practices. See, it's discriminatory on many levels, but also it's not like anyone trying to participate in a boys' sport has to have their parents sign off that he was assigned male at birth. This is only for girls. The purpose of this confirmation is to confirm, that's a very redundant sentence, your child's athlete's eligibility to participate in female-only league class or division of relevant sports under the provincial legislation. This requirement applies to athletes aged 17 and older wishing to participate in female-only league class or division of a relevant sport. This form is completed by the parent, legal guardian, and to be returned to the school. Once the school receives the signed confirmation from your form for your child, this form will support all future participation in activities outlined in that act. To support this confirmation form, will be retained on your child's record. So athlete's name, date of birth, host schools. Checkbox. I confirm that I understand the eligibility requirement as outlined by the Government of Alberta Act and its associated regulation. The athlete named above is of the female sex at birth and therefore meets eligibility criteria to participate in female-only league, class, or division of relevant sport. I understand failure to provide this written confirmation will render the female athlete ineligible to participate. The information provided in this confirmation form is true. What the fuck? Do girls have to start carrying cards with them now? That people can just demand to see that says that they were assigned female at birth for going on sports or going into washrooms or all of that sort of stuff. But only the girls, not the boys, just the girls having to do that. It seems like a violation of our protected charter freedoms on several levels. It is disgusting. And it's just to distract from the fact that their school system is crumbling, and that's intentional. It's intentional. On to Ontario. So, Tina is a reporter for City News, not CTV, but City News. Protesters say the Ford government is starving the education system to manufacture a school violence crisis and pave way for the return of cops in classrooms. Let's watch her report on this.
No to Bill 33. No to power grabs. No to policing in schools.
But protesters are saying yes to properly funded public education, which they say is the real solution to violence in schools. Today at Queen's Park, they accused the Ford government of intentionally starving the system to manufacture a crisis and pave the way for the return of cops in classrooms.
To keep schools safe, we need to be funding our schools. We need to have proper education supports, special education supports.
Things like more education workers, more child and youth workers, more mental health supports, guidance counselors, social workers, psychologists.
But critics claim no funding has.
That is what helps with the violence in schools that we'll get to.
Been set aside for those extra supports. Instead, Bill 33 will allow for the return of resource officers in schools.
This not a good idea for many, many reasons. It wasn't it got canceled for a reason. And I'll be right back. I'm just going to grab another drink.
It is ultimately an attack on all students in Ontario.
A spokesperson for the education minister tells us in part, school resource officer programs help foster positive relationships between students and law enforcement, ultimately making our schools safer. What do you say to that?
There's absolutely no evidence that their presence decreases violence within schooling space.
In 2017, the TDSB ended the school resource officer program after a survey found teens felt intimidated, watched, or targeted. But data from several teachers' unions shows a dramatic 77% increase in violence in Ontario schools since Doug Ford took office in 2018.
This is a manufactured crisis.
Bill 33 will also give the Ford government what is being described as authoritarian power over school boards, and the education minister has threatened to eliminate elected trustees altogether.
People are done with these school trustees wasting money.
I've covered this a few times already. This is it's such an overreach, so much for all that small government the Conservatives keep on talking about.
and they're done with a lot of these school boards. So we're going to hold them accountable.
What do you think of that he is hearing from people who say, the system is outdated and we need some reform?
I'm not sure who the theys are in Doug Ford's world, but what I do know is that trustees were democratically elected to serve their communities.
This is a pathway for the elimination of school boards and a pathway towards privatization.
Bingo! That's exactly what Doug Ford is trying to do. He wants to privatize the education system in Ontario because, you look just down in the South and how good it's doing them down there to privatize all their education and what the outcomes are there. Call me selfish, but I want children to have really good educations because they're going to grow up and be doctors and scientists, and some of them might be bus drivers and all these other things that I need in my life to make my life easier. So I want the kids to have really good educations so that I have a smart city to live in with people who are competent in doing their jobs.
The Education Minister's office also tells us in the coming months they will continue to consult with police agencies on how to bring back school resource officers. Bill 33 is expected to pass in the upcoming fall session.
And so this is also another report from her that was from a couple days after that one. Just again, a lot of this is just a distraction. The Ford government is touting nearly $1 billion for new schools opening this fall, but the repair backlog for existing ones has swelled. So it's not record spending, it's neglect. It's kind of like when you don't get raises for a bunch of years, but then you get a raise, but that raise doesn't meet the inflation that has occurred over those years. It's not that you're suddenly getting a record high pay raise. It's that it wasn't keeping up to pace in the first place, and so you're still well below where you should be.
As students get ready to head back to class, the Ford government is touting nearly $1 billion.
And I'm just about to stuff some chocolate in my mouth, and I don't like eating on camera, so you're going to see me cover up my camera while this is playing, but you'll still be able to hear me chew.
Dollars it has invested in opening new schools this fall, but the repair backlog for existing ones is ballooning, and critics are slamming the province for ignoring aging schools that they say are crumbling.
The minister is being pretty disingenuous to talk about the new schools, but not talk about the more than $16 billion repair backlog.
From leaky roofs to broken boilers, Ontario schools are facing a repair to-do list so long it comes with a 16.
Air conditioners are also desperately needed in these schools, especially with climate change that's happening the way it is, and that's not currently included in a lot of places. And it makes it way too hot for students to be able to focus and study in class when they're about to pass out because of the heat.
$15 billion price tag. In Toronto alone, the tab has hit $4.5 billion. Despite that, the province is celebrating building 25 new schools and 16 school additions that will open this fall.
To me, it's not record spending. This is record neglect.
The government spent $889 million public education dollars to build the new and renovated schools across Ontario, 6 of which are in Toronto. They say it will create almost 18,000 student spaces and almost 1,700 childcare spaces to support growing communities.
I'm sure that they feel this is a better place to put their precious, rare public dollars into public education than to actually fix some of the crumbling infrastructure that we've got.
The government says it is also investing a total $30.3 billion in education funding this year, which they describe as a record investment. But critics say when adjusted for inflation, it will mean less funding per student this year than in 2018, and a total $6.3 billion shortfall.
And the myriad issues that result from those education funding cuts, like large class sizes, a teacher shortage, not enough mental health support.
So she is a NDP MPP here in Ontario.
Special education program cuts, and all of that contributing to a rising crisis of violence in our schools.
The government says it is addressing the repair backlog with $1.3 billion annually for school capital funding. They've also made the controversial decision to take over 5 school boards to address concerns related to financial mismanagement. For City News, I'm Tina Yazdani.
So Dr. Jill Andrew, she used to be an NDP MPP, and I'm always worried when somebody who is as good as her doesn't win her seat back, that they're just going to disappear. Luckily, she's still standing up. She's still fighting. I'm hoping she's going to run again because she was a wonderful MPP for Ontario. And, you know, it's sad that we lost out on people like her, and it's not her fault even. It's just that the NDP sucks so bad that people, they don't vote for their candidate. They vote for a party the majority of the time here in Ontario or in Canada in general. And so it was so sad to see her not win her seat back. So I really hope she does try again, because she was a wonderful voice to have in the schools. But she says, stop defunding schools, invest more in education workers, social workers, psychologists, guidance, support teachers, and invest in smaller classrooms. These investments help kids learn self-regulation and emotional control. Police and schools don't. Guns do not prevent violence. And she was quote tweeting the Equality Network, and she had a little bit of a speech here.
Youth can go in. I really enjoy when children and youth can go into schools with their head held high and have confidence. I enjoy when the caring adults, the teachers, the education workers, the custodian staff, the admins, our school bus operators. I enjoy when the caring adults who work with our kids, who are watering them and putting them on the windowsill for the sun so they can grow. I enjoy when they have confidence. And I assure you, Bill 33 is not instilling confidence in our kids or in the caring adults who are supporting them. It is promising to mandate police in schools. There is no research that suggests that police in schools will end violence or even minimize violence. In fact, there is research that has shown that policing programs in school can actually increase suspension rates, increase discipline disproportionately for Black and Indigenous youth and other racialized youth.
Yep.
As opposed to their white peers, if I may just say it frankly. What we know builds confidence in our kids and in our caring adults is smaller classrooms, where the adults can actually get to know their kids, get to know what they did on the weekends. That's what we enjoyed when we were child and youth workers, CPAs, what have you. We came in as an additional support to our teachers. Why? Because schools were ballooning. Our caring adults, our students, they need more child and youth workers.
Yeah. So wonderful speaker. I'm glad that she's still involved in all of this, and I hope that she wins her seat back. Just one more tweet from her, just saying, don't ever forget this little tidbit, friends, especially as Ford has stolen over $6 billion from our public schools since 2018. Ford's entire supervisor scheme smells like a dry rub, ready to back and serve our schools up to his developer buddies. And so Chris Glover, who is an NDP MPP, says, breaking Ford's next real estate scam. Ford government quietly posts a new regulation giving the education minister, so not the school boards, the education minister, the power to force school boards to sell land and to choose who buys it. So under the proposed regulation, where the minister is satisfied that one of the circumstances exists, the minister may direct the board to sell the property. The minister may identify to whom the property must be offered. Yeah, they're flat out looking to privatize education here in Ontario. It's not even subtle. So here is NDP MPP asked Stephen Lecce if it was fair to impose financial literacy courses on students when he was significantly funding below the rate of inflation. By those years, public education was systematically underfunded.
Do you know what inflation?
You know what? I don't think we need to watch this. My voice is giving out, but you know, yeah, she put Stephen Lecce on the spot, and he couldn't answer a very simple question about inflation and underfunding and stuff. And this is the loser here, Stephen Lecce. But what does this harm to education systems do? Like, what is the possible outcomes? What might you see, like, when people don't get adequate educations? What happens? Well, you know, like I said, we have the states next door to look at, and we get people like him, RFK Jr., saying we need to stop trusting the experts. I like trusting experts.
You know, my opinion, I always tell people, is irrelevant. People, we need to stop trusting the experts, right? We were told at the beginning of COVID, don't look at any data yourself, don't do any investigation yourself, just trust the experts. And trusting the experts is not a feature of science. It's not a feature of democracy.
That's exactly what science is. You trust the experts because they've done the science.
It's a feature of religion, and it's a feature of totalitarianism. In democracies, we have the obligation, and it's one of the burdens of citizenship, to do our own research and make our own determinations about things.
Leave it to the experts, how about? Let's do that, because this guy also thinks that he is so expert, he can just look at a child and tell if they have certain medical conditions.
And I know what a healthy child is supposed to look like. I'm looking at kids.
I know what a healthy adult is supposed to look like, and that ain't it.
As I walk through the airports today, as I walk down the street, and I see these kids that are just overburdened with mitochondrial challenges, with inflammation. You can tell from their faces, from their body movements, and from their lack of social connection. And I know that that's not how our children are supposed to look. And I know
that's not what our adults are supposed to look like. Let's see. And just a little bit more on the United States. This story was just breaking before I went online. Judge orders U.S. to halt deportation of hundreds of Guatemalan children. Because, you know, people like him who can just look at children and determine their health because he's not an expert, cares about them so much that he's saying nothing about this. Washington judge says unaccompanied children cannot be deported for at least 14 days. A U.S. judge on Sunday ordered an emergency halt to a plan by the Trump administration to deport a group of nearly 700 unaccompanied Guatemalan children back to their home country after immigrant advocate lawyers called the plan illegal. Attorneys for the 10 Guatemalan minors, aged 10 to 17, said the court papers filed late on Saturday that there were reports that the planes were set to take off within hours for the Central American country. But a federal judge in Washington said those children couldn't be deported for at least 14 days, and after a hastily scheduled hearing on Sunday, she enforced that they needed to be taken off the planes and back to the Office of Refuge Resettlement Facility while the legal process plays out. Because we've seen this game before with them and what they've done with people trying to get into the United States legally, being put on the planes and those planes not being turned around. And so the article goes into things like some of these children, their parents requested that they come back because some of them are getting close enough to becoming an adult that they're worried that they would go into proper like detention centers for adults. But let's be real here. A lot of them don't have anyone to go back to. I'm not entirely sure all the children were found who were separated from their parents in the first Trump administration. how good are they keeping track of these children? Like, yeah, some of them, their parents will be available to take them back. Others, maybe not. Because often what a parent might do or a guardian might do is send their child across the border unaccompanied because they have family or friends that will look after the child, and they have a better chance of getting through the border and staying with them than if they were with their child. But a lot of them don't have anyone to go back to. And so to have 700 kids, it's just... Judge Sparkle L. Scootsnanan, a Joe appointee, began the Sunday afternoon hearing by ensuring that the Justice Department had received her expanded order that the government officials were aware of. I do not want there to be any ambiguity, she said, adding that her ruling applies broadly to Guatemalan minors who arrived in the U.S. without their parents or guardians. The government lawyers, meanwhile, maintained that the children weren't being deported, but rather reunited at the request of their parents and guardians, a claim that the children's lawyers dispute, at least in some cases. Because they really care about kids over there. Okay, let's close these tabs. I am running out of steam, and I still have a lot to go over. Let's see. Okay, I'm going to try to just rapid fire this next one. It's a small docket. I'm just going to try to rapid fire it and won't necessarily get into the articles or the videos, but you'll be able to see what they are so that you can always look into them if you want more information. So from Global News, strong mayor's powers having little to no impact on housing, municipal civil servants say. Premier Doug Ford's first introduced the law in 2022, allowing a mayor to appoint the city's chief administration, craft and a city budget for reorganize the structure of the municipality. Since then, lots of municipalities have gotten that power, but part of it was to help build housing faster, and that never happened. And Doug Ford is horrible when it comes to housing, and housing starts in Ontario is lowest in the country. And well, what are some of the problems? Well, here in Toronto, no one's buying new homes in Toronto anymore as sales plummet below 90s crash. That's because nobody can fucking afford to live in Toronto. And when you can't afford to live in Toronto, what then happens is a cascade effect where a lot of jobs, minimum wage jobs, like working in a restaurant, working as a cashier, they go left unfilled because there's nobody that can afford to live nearby them, and ain't no one traveling over an hour to get to their job at Tim Hortons. And so because all of these homes are too expensive to get, nobody is buying, nobody is building. And here, where's the number that I wanted to show? There's a number. Yeah, a report released by the Building Industry and Land Development Association on Wednesday states that a mere 359 new homes were sold across the GTA in the entire month of July, which is a far cry from the 1,941 units that would be standard for the month, because nobody can fucking afford them. But then you have someone like Mayor Olivia Chow, who's the mayor of Toronto, saying, well, the city owns site at 275 Metron Street near Daisy, I don't care where, used by Toronto Water for office space and parking, but soon it will be 447 new purpose-built rental homes. 30% of them will be affordable. As some people say, that's 30% is not much of that. and should be ready about 20 years. And also somebody pointing out, what is your definition of affordable? When the government says affordable housing, what they mean is 80% of market rent, which is not affordable for a lot of people. And so out of these homes, basically just a few will be considered affordable. So what, housing crisis solved in Toronto now? Like, this is nothing to brag about. We need more of this to happen, more of this empty office space and stuff to be repurposed into housing, because we don't have time to wait for new housing. We need to modify what's already there and do more infill, because it is a housing crisis. Because right now, Doug Ford is desperately trying to get public servants to work in the office 5 days a week. However, a lot of these empty offices happened during COVID when people were working from home. And the thing is that a lot of people learned that they like to work from home. And some people, you know, some companies are like, we'll do a hybrid thing. So you only have to work from the office 3 days a week. And so what should happen then, and I've seen these spaces before, is you have a shared office space. So a place that you can go to and use the computer and set up in meeting rooms, but then only on certain days of the week. But then other days of the week, another company can go into that space and use the computers and office space and conference rooms so that they can do whatever business they have to do together. And then what should happen is all those empty office buildings should be made into affordable, like actual affordable socialized housing, which would desperately help what this crisis is. Because the only reason why Doug Ford and all these other rich people want people back in the office is because real estate agency landlord corporations are losing out on money, because nobody can afford to have these offices if nobody is going into them. And it's just all about keeping money in the pocket of the wealthy. But here, Doug Ford is bragging about convenience store week. Yeah. And this is basically a commercial for Special K, which is a convenience store that's buying out 7-Eleven, I believe. And there was a lot of shady shenanigans around that I covered way back when, because this had to do with the whole switch over to alcohol. And as you see, this convenience store is like have alcohol now, because Doug Ford just loves his alcohol. Look at all that beer. Look at that. Look at that. Yeah. And I'm pretty sure those are vodka Gatorades. And yeah. So he likes to go out and promote, you know, these small businesses, which are actually part of a large corporation, and he'll promote that. And he's constantly promoting alcohol. Like, that is the thing. He loves his alcohol. He wants to make it more accessible. Well, here's the problem with that. Ontario lacks healthcare plan for alcohol harms as sale expand health condition. Ontario could see up to 40% rise in alcohol attributable hospitalization, Health Coalition says. And let's scooch down to some numbers that were in this article. Even Costco will have alcohol soon. What could possibly go wrong when you can buy it in bulk? Where's the numbers? So the Alcohol Gaming Commission of Ontario said has issued new license. That's not the number I wanted. In a province where we're already seeing nearly 700 emergency department visits due to alcohol every day, and we have a health system that is under extreme strain, it just doesn't seem logical that the government is pursuing this massive expansion without the implementation of any kind of alcohol strategy for the province to mitigate some of the harms that we know are going to be associated with this expansion. Let's see. The point is, studies show, okay, so with a 300% increase in Ontario locations selling alcohol, the province could see a 45% increase in booze consumption, the coalition said. Another BC study found that for every 20% increase in privately owned stores selling booze, deaths caused by alcohol increased by 3.25%. The coalition project the numbers of deaths caused by alcohol could jump from 6,200 to 9,100 per year in Ontario if trends research in BC hold true. Another BC study showed 1.26% of increase in alcohol-related hospital admissions for every 10% increase in number of stores selling booze. Based on these numbers, Ontario could see up to a 40% increase in alcohol attributable hospitalizations from 47,500 to 65,500, the coalition wrote. Now, these are hospitalizations. It's not the emergency rooms. And so that's in addition to the 700 people visiting Ontario emergency rooms every day to alcohol, the coalition said. So these hospitalizations are on top of all the other people who are going who don't need to be hospitalized. And so while he's doing this, he's also underfunding the healthcare system and crippling it and making it more difficult. So then what happens? There'll be more things like this. CP24, we have been devastated. Brampton man calls for accountability after his wife dies from sepsis following birth of newborn son. And this is a horrifying story with horrifying details and very graphic description of what happened. But basically, after she gave birth, her vagina got a tear in it, and it wasn't treated properly, even though he was begging for help. His sister-in-law even drove up from the States to say, who's a nurse, to say, hey, we think this is sepsis happening, and still was no help. And she eventually passed away, even with them trying to get the help. Now, the thing is that this is kind of like the climate change thing. No one case can be attributable to the cuts, but we're going to see more cases like this because of the cuts. So like with climate change, no one hurricane can be attributed to climate change, but climate change will cause more hurricanes and make them more severe. And so that's what's going to happen with our healthcare system. So could this have happened even if our healthcare system was fully funded? Yeah, but we're going to see more of it because it's not. And more senseless deaths, a baby born into this world who will never know their mother. Like, it's just, you know, them saying that she was ignored despite their pleas and trying to get help. And we're talking hours and hours and hours. And if she had just gotten antibiotics earlier, there's a good chance she could have lived. And now, let's go back to Alberta. Hey. Linear, don't do that. So back to Alberta. The person actually defunding hospitals and schools is none other than Danielle Smith. Meanwhile, Trudeau gave an extra $5 billion extra in health transfers. So this is more about healthcare. And here's Danielle Smith. Hey. Some folks need to understand Alberta sends a lot of our hard-earned money to Quebec for their programs, while our own schools, hospitals, and roads need to make sacrifices. Let me explain. Well, no, she shouldn't explain because she's lacking the education she's taking away from other people. This isn't too long, so let's take a listen.
Thinking about tonight is Ottawa over. Do you want to hear the answer? Ottawa overtaxing us. I mentioned that at the beginning of the evening. That our program costs are
okay.
70%.
I'm already tired of hearing her talk. So somebody debunking this right off the bat. How can you sit? So he's calling out somebody who is sitting right next to her. I'm guessing him, who, if we go over his name, is a fiscal econ policy director. And so he was sitting right next to her, listening to her lie about what equalization payments are, and said nothing. So this guy is calling him out, saying, hey, Trevor, how can you sit next to Premier Smith and not correct her on the misrepresentations of the equalization system? You've literally written several academic papers debunking her claims. The Albertan government sends exactly $0 to Ottawa because what Danielle Smith is trying to say is that Alberta taxpayers are sending money directly to the federal government for these equalization payments, which means there's less money going into Alberta's coffers to go back to the citizens, which she wouldn't do to them anyway. But the thing is that it's not being paid directly into these equalization programs. It's just all federal taxes go into the system and then they get paid back out to the provinces in need and stuff. And Alberta tends to get less of that money back because there's a lot more wealthy people in Alberta, given the the extraction of resources there with the oil and stuff. So because there are more rich people there, they don't get that equalization payment the same way as a province does, like Quebec. But it doesn't mean that there's anything being taken away from Alberta that isn't going back to Alberta that should have been in the first place. And because she doesn't seem to know, here's what the equalization program is, based on the Government of Canada website. Equalization is the Government of Canada's transfer program for addressing fiscal disparities among provinces. The purpose of the program was entrenched in the Canadian Constitution in 1982. Equalization is financed by the Government of Canada from general revenues, which are largely raised through federal taxes. Provincial governments make no contributions to the equalization program. So Alberta is not sending money to the government for this. It is individual taxpayers. So Alberta is not losing money because of this. All Canadians are subject to the same federal income tax system and its progressive rate structure, regardless of where they live. Equalization payments are unconditional, receiving provinces free to spend in funds according to their own priorities. So that is me speedrunning this docket. If you want to know more about the stories, Google them. Anyway, let's check the SandBox. I still have like a docket to go through. What's on the other docket? I might try to speedrun this one too, because I'm tired. Looney Tunes, like, it's not that I'm worried about running over with Letterhack, because you already mentioned that he's not going to be on Mondays. It's just doing 5-hour-long live streams drains me. And I was hoping to do other things after the live streams, and I'm tired. You know, I was hoping to start breaking these into smaller live streams so that I wouldn't feel so drained afterwards. But ADHD and not shutting up and all that, and just tons of news to go over. Let's see, what is all this? I'm just wondering, I did all this work to put this docket in place. I'm just wondering, does it even matter? Of course it matters, but yeah, we'll see. What are people saying in the SandBox? Okay, saw some of those. Let's see. I think. Okay, I remember seeing that comment. The Wild Weds, age-restricted books, age-restricted male nipples. I know. Luckily, he posts on Instagram as well. Rachel Atwood, does shirtless Owen Jones look 16? No, he doesn't. He looks very cut. Not sure. Instagram. Let's see. Yes, I'm thirst trapping everyone right now with Owen Jones. He posts a lot, so it's hard to find it. This is the image that was censored. He's not looking 16 in it. Not looking 16. I'm just saying. Where's the other one? Damn, he posts a lot. He needs to post more thirst traps. Yes, I'm easily distracted, okay? Especially... If I find it, it'll be worth it. See, I don't post that much in replies and stuff on my Twitter account, but I did post a reply to something that he did. So I didn't think it would take me as long to get through it. Yeah, this one wasn't censored for some reason. Sin. Sin. He's, yeah, given I'm nearly 41, I'm doing okay, Ross. Thanks for your concern, though. He was replying to somebody who was trying to have you run a sniff. You're looking almost normal today. It's looking good. It's looking good. And then somebody tried to insult him, so then he posted that. And so I just replied, like, if I insult you, will you post more pictures like that? And I don't think he saw it. I don't think he saw it. Anyway, distracted. Ah! Oh. Rachel Atwood, not a fan of Nora Loretto, not gonna lie. I don't even know enough about her. I just know that occasionally we agree in tweets, but I don't know. I know she has a show. I've never seen it. Grand Theft Autobot AI, those sexy pages, yes. I feel like it should be a bigger story that Twitter is censoring book titles like that. But, you know, my channel isn't going to... Somebody let the serfs know. Let Lance know about my tweet about the book being censored. Because it's absolutely ridiculous. I feel like it should be more of a thing. The Wild West, leave trans kids alone, intersex kids just not allowed to play in sports, period. Yeah, pretty much. Unless they go into boys' teams. Again, this is only for the girls. It's not for the boys, which is part of the reason why it's discriminatory. Flow Snake, maybe the people picking on young trans girls should be made to go 10s rounds with Patrico Manuel, trans male boxer, if they think they can call biological women are weak. Oh, that's where I should have put it in. I have a couple random tweets I was going to put into places, but I should have put it right next to... Oh, you'll see it later. Trevin Borans, I really hate Doug Ford a lot. Yeah, he is a horrid premier. The amount of social murder that man is responsible for. Grand Theft Autobot, one time I was working at a restaurant for minimum wage. One of the bosses, who nobody liked, came up to me, handing out our paychecks, proudly proclaiming, "You got a raise," to me, and I said, "I know. The minimum wage went up." Really took the wind out of her sails and made one of the chefs burst out laughing. look at this thing that I didn't do and give me credit for it. Looney Tunes 9000, don't worry, Sandy. RFK Jr. doesn't know when to fix his vocal cancer voice. When to fix? I don't know how you can fix that. Let's see. Yes, people, please buy my book. Rachel Atwood, Ontario must be hell for recovering alcoholics. It is now. Because one of the things that was nice about having everything in the LCBO, which used to be the government run liquor stores, was that was the only place that you could buy alcohol. That and the beer stores. And then you would have your wineries and things of that sort. Which means that if you were somebody who was trying to deal with alcoholism, when you were in the grocery store and the convenience store, it was never in your face. There was no easy access. The temptation wasn't there because you would have to go out of your way to the store that it was in. And now it's just going to be in your face everywhere. It's the temptation is there. The temptation to maybe explore or try for young kids. It's easier for kids to steal. It's easier for kids to buy because, you know, convenience stores, a lot of them aren't going to care who they're selling to so much, so long as they sort of look of age. And some of these alcohol stores are right, like the convenience stores that are selling alcohol right across from high schools. Like it's just, Doug Ford just wants people dead. That's all. He just wants people so drunk that they don't find out what an absolute monster he is. Well, have a good night, Flow Snake, even though you're probably not hearing this right now. But thanks for coming out. Let's see. Looney Tunes 9000, just fucking crazy, Sandy. How many dockets do you have? Well, you see, a docket is all the tabs lined up together that are in a narrative, and I have one more to go. And then like 2 one-off tweets that I just kind of wanted to touch off. So I do have one more docket to go with the tweets that are kind of in a narrative. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Then there's 12 of them. John Davis, now we're in the fun half. Rachel Atwood, by 16, I meant little to no chest hair. I think it's a thing with his group of male friends that they like seeing themselves clean shape, and I appreciate the look. I appreciate the look. Rachel Atwood, no straight man could ever. Yeah, Nora Leto is a low-key Putin apologist. I would not agree with that. Not at all. Not at all. George Waters, is that a Bansky on the wall behind you, Sandy? I don't think so. I got it at the Palestine Festival here in town. And so he's wearing a keffiyeh and he's throwing a bouquet. So I don't know if that's a Bansky per se, but the image resonated with me. That's the image. Drinking age in Ontario is 19. Yeah, and 18 in Quebec. And that's why a lot of kids on the border of the province tend to go over there. So 2 more hours? No! Rachel Atwood, she's pushing the NATO is responsible for the war in Ukraine narrative and other both sizing. I don't have the brainwidth for it. Yeah. Sometimes things are not that complicated. Russia invaded. They're the bad guys. Okay, let's do a speed run. Hopefully you don't find them too annoying. It's just I put all the work in putting these dockets together that I do at least want to show you all the articles and stuff and go through some of my witty commentary, but I'm like seriously running out of steam. So let's just hammer through it. I'm sorry, this probably isn't the greatest wait, but these are important stories. So, from CBC News, Google refusing to comply with Privacy Commissioner's right to be forgotten. And so the sum up of this article is here in Canada, we have the right to be forgotten. And so in the long-running case that has been central to establishing the application of right to be forgotten in Canada, Privacy Commissioner Philippe Dunsfield recommended Google delist articles about criminal charges that was dropped. So basically, can you please just delist these articles? They don't even have to be removed. But when somebody searches, like if somebody was convicted of a crime and those charges were dropped because they were found innocent, just make it so when you Google that person's name, it's not the first thing that pops up. That's it. So delisting required in limited circumstances. The decision marked a victory for people seeking digital right to be forgotten in Canada. So the release Wednesday said the commissioner found that individuals have the right in limited circumstances to have some information delisted so it doesn't show up in online searches of their name. The right applies in situations where there is a risk of serious harm to an individual, including, as he has found in this case, a risk of harm to a person's safety or dignity if certain elements of their personal information continue to be displayed through online search in their name. The right applies if this risk of harm outweighs the public interest in that information remaining accessible through a search. According to Google, the court case didn't consider questions around the impact of freedom of expression. Google spokesperson said the company reviewing the report but remains strongly of the view that a consideration so-called right to be forgotten must be appropriately balanced with the freedom of expression and access to information rights of Canadians. Yeah, well, we already did that. We do that. And so Google, shockingly, is yeah, we're challenging it because yeah, we don't want to do the extra work. And then with Google, you have a lot of the stupid AI stuff that's happening where it's like, we'll do a sum up of these articles and give you information. But the problem is Google doesn't understand the difference between Canada and the United States, that we have different laws, that you can't sum up certain articles and expect it to apply properly up here in Canada. So Frank Dominic points that out with Google is trying to claim that pregnancy is not protected under the Ontario Human Rights Code. It is. It might not be in the States, but it is here in Canada.
Google is trying to claim that pregnancy is not protected under the Ontario Human Rights Code. Yeah, this is insane. Because a woman was sued within days of telling her bosses at Google Canada that she was pregnant. And now Google is claiming that pregnancy is not a protected ground under the Ontario Human Rights Code. Which, yes, it is. This isn't Texas or Florida. Trump has not rigged our courts. You cannot pull that crap here. And the woman who was fired, her lawyer is basically saying that she is concerned that Google is trying to import American law into Canada and is...
And this is, again, part of the reason why I'm very wary of AI answering all of our questions when we Google them, because sometimes they're right. I've seen a lot of people Google or tweet at Grok for stupid stuff, as opposed to actually doing the work themselves. And sometimes the answers that Grok gives are actually accurate until it goes, you know, Nazi. And part of the problem is that people might become too reliant and too secure and too comfortable and relaxed. And so that later on down the line, whoever is programming this AI can change it. And then people won't question it. They'll just accept whatever is being presented to them as fact without doing any of their own research or finding out if it's actually accurate. And that's what I'm really, really worried about. But already we're seeing some of the flaws where it's having a hard time distinguishing between American law and Canadian law.
Willfully ignoring Canadian human rights laws that protect women from pregnancy discrimination. Okay, but how could this be pregnancy discrimination? What could have possibly happened? Well, she was terminated by Google shortly after disclosing her pregnancy and her intention to take an 18-month maternity leave, as well as her need for medical accommodations. At the time, she was in her second trimester. But Google says they were downsizing at the time. It must have been a coincidence, except for the fact that she claims that a Google HR rep told her that she should conceal her pregnancy when seeking new jobs during the working notice period. Wink, wink, we fired you because you're pregnant, so maybe don't let people know that you're pregnant when you're trying to get a new job. That's what it sounds like to me. I don't know. As we continue to see the erosion of human rights in the US, we have to be very mindful of the fact that these American companies, these multi-billion-dollar corporations, do not care about their employees. They are union busting.
They don't care about them much up here either.
Pregnancy firing, massive conglomerations that only care about the line going up. They do not care about their workers. Every single one of us is replaceable in their eyes. And we should not for a moment let our guards down and allow them to use their money to bully American-style working laws into Canada.
True. But speaking of jobs, why are so many Canadians can't find jobs? And this article actually breaks it down a bit. So fewer entry-level opportunities, finding job. That first job is getting tougher for young Canadians, according to Indeed Hiring Lab data. Postings for summer jobs, many of which are traditionally entry level, were down 22%. Instead, they're seeking, so compared to the year before, instead they're seeking candidates with prior experience. Yes, entry level with 5 years experience. For young graduates who are just starting out, this creates a catch-22 where they need experience to get a job but can't get a job to gain experience. While internships can provide some of this experience, many internships positions pay very little or not at all. More competition in the market, with more Canadian pursuing post-secondary education degrees and diplomas no longer guarantee an edge, according to a report by the RBC. 63% of Canadians between 25 and 64 have post-secondary credentials compared to other OECD countries, which average 41%. I know somebody who has a B.Ed, who has, a university education, and the job he could get was sales at a retail store because the jobs just don't exist. The rapid advance of AI is also another point of competition, especially in the tech sector. The company that may have once required an office full entry-level programmers under the lead project manager now needs a small handful of skilled code editors to prompt engineers who can use the AI to write the code. That once took hours a matter of seconds. So a gap between education and market needs. While Canada faces shortages in skill trades, healthcare, technology, many young job seekers are graduating into oversaturated fields. Employers in high-demand industries report difficulty finding qualified applicants, while graduates in other areas struggle to secure relevant positions. And so tips that they're saying is, network mentorship and go get more schooling. Stay flexible with your expectations, as in just accept whatever job you can get to your corporate lords. Settle for less. Don't settle for anything. Don't settle for your dream job. Settle for a lot less. So these are, things that I understand and I think are very credible reasons why it's difficult to get a job. Not to mention that online applications, they can get filtered out before human eyes even see them. So somebody like me who doesn't have a college diploma, no human eyes will ever see my resumes because it immediately gets factored out. So there are all of these issues where companies are just expecting too much from entry level, but without wanting to pay them what they're worth. But according to Pierre Poilievre, the issue is temporary foreign workers taking the jobs away from young Canadians. And that's what the article states. I don't think I need to go further into it, but yeah, you get the point. He is fear-mongering and scapegoating, blaming temporary foreign workers. And the problem is, it's a multi-layered issue. Corporations are taking advantage of foreign workers. And they do that to give them subpar wages. And there was a report out that it's basically in line with slavery in a lot of the situations where they come here and they're abused so severely. So that is an issue that it's not the temporary foreign workers that are a problem. It's the corporations not willing to pay decent wages and treat their employees properly. Okay, next one. So you will own nothing and be happy is actually capitalism in its final form. Under socialism, you will own the businesses you work for. I was conflicted about this thread, but it was kind of in line with what we want. So every product you buy is now designed to fail without monthly payments. They're not selling you things anymore. They're selling you temporary right to use things you thought you used to own. And so a lot of this happened over COVID. By the way, BMW tried charging $20 a month for heated seats in your car you already bought. Tesla locks basic features behind paywalls. John Deere makes farmers pay for subscriptions to repair their own tractors during harvest season. This isn't innovation, it's digital feudalism. And then just going over, so an average American household spends $200 a month on subscription. That's $24,000 per decade for access to things that previously generations outright owned. And this is because the tech sector is just making bank on it. So revenue jumped by billions a decade, turning software into endless $16 a month payment, because it's not you buy once and then you brush your hands of it. It's you have to keep on buying. HP printers stop working if you cancel ink subscriptions, even with full cartridges. Your $500 printer becomes a paperweight if you won't pay $5 a month forever. The timing isn't coincidental, it's COVID. Subscription fatigue is code for people are waking up. They weaponize psychology against you. Free trials that auto-renew. Cancellation process requiring PhD level navigation. Pause options instead of real cancellation. And the real kicker, you're funding your own imprisonment. Every subscription payment teaches AI how to extract more money from you. And, you know, the thing that bugged me about this is you go through all this and it's like, these are all great points. I get it. It makes sense. Talking about the software as well, that now you need subscriptions for in order to be able to be competitive in the market, because you need these programs in order to do your jobs and stuff. But this guy is an AI consultant passionate about building AI-driven solutions. And so to me, that was kind of like the twist at the end, the M. Night Shyamalan twist at the end, where it's like, okay, so that just made this whole thing stupid, even though all of these points are very valid, but it's like, the fuck you are an AI developer talking about all this. Sorry, I'm just so anti-AI that if that's your job, I just automatically dislike you at this point. If your job is to promote AI and make it more taking over people's jobs and stuff and trying to figure out how people tick, I just automatically don't like you as much. And that leads into this. Shrinkflation is a pro sport now for these vampires. And so, again, we have corporations just looking for every way to nickel and dime people and take as much money from you as possible.
This person wrote that from April to May, they thought that their Premium Plus saltines had gotten smaller. And so they compared them. This person went in one week and got large fries, and then went in the next week and got large fries. So for those of you still getting this one when you order large, this is what you have to look forward to. Simply Orange from 52 ounces down to 46 ounces, and it was not that long ago that these were a proper half gallon at 64 ounces. Now we're at 46. This one on the left was purchased May 8th in Bridgewater, Nova Scotia. This one was purchased May 23rd, same place, same price, but 100 grams less chicken. Pringles 2012, Pringles 2025. Look at the actual chip, look at that. This pizza now weighs 20 grams less, but look how they changed the packaging to make it seem like this is a very large pizza compared to the size of this pizza. But if you look at the actual packaging, you're missing out 20 grams of pizza. These chips used to be 7.5 ounces, went down to 5 ounces, same price.
Yeah, paying more for less. And it's always the corporation, the way that they market and everything, they never see any consequences for it, because you have things like this, no fines for big grocers that promoted imported foods as Canadians, because right now a lot of Canadians are boycotting American products for some unknown reason. And so a lot of the corporations are like, you know what we're going to do? We're just going to slip a little Canadian flag on that and pretend that it's Canadian to try to get people to buy it. But some shoppers say it's time to start doling out fines to send a message, because to me, this is just false marketing if you do this. If you try to indicate that this is a Canadian product versus it not being one, because you know a boycott is happening of Canadian product or of American products. So the Canadian Food Inspection Agency has identified 12 cases where grocers engage in maple washing, a practice where companies use Canadian branding like the maple leaf to promote imported food products. The violation stemmed from complaints filed with the CFIA between February and May, and all but one involved national grocer chains, the agency told CBC News in an email. The CFIA can impose fines up to $15,000 per offense. No fines or other penalties were issued in the cases, including one that took 4 months to fully resolve. The federal food regulator said it took action in each case and that all of them grocers fixed the problem. Yes, they stopped doing the thing they weren't supposed to once they were caught. So now we are going to listen to a 20-minute speech from Pierre Paul. No, we're not. This is his account. He's now Axe the Carbon Tax 2.0. He doesn't know how not to slogan. You see, Carney got rid of the carbon tax. And what happened to the cost of living after that? Well, it didn't go down. Grocery prices still went up and all that sort of stuff. But Pierre Poilievre is incapable of thinking of anything original on his own. And so now suddenly it's like, oh, right, Carney did the axe the tax. Well, now it's 2.0. That's really all I want to see from that. And then nationalist is a tell, guys, because Pierre Poilievre says he's a Canadian nationalist when describing what it means to be Canadian.
Identity, and that identity is rule of law, Western freedoms, government is servant, not master, the British common law system. Those are our basic pillars of our identity, and they uphold the promise that I described at the outset. I like to say, Trudeau was a post-nationalist. Carney calls himself a globalist. Trump.
That's not code for anything.
Trump is a protectionist. I'm a Canadian nationalist. Canada first. We should put our own country first in everything we do, whether it's foreign policy, immigration, trade, economics. We should put Canada and its people first.
Yeah, very much coded language that even though he likes to play a dork, he knows what he's doing. But speaking of prime ministers, why is Prime Minister Goldman Sachs bragging about Canada forces training Ukrainian soldiers? Because you know what? There's been issues with that. Hey, stop that. Go. There we go. Why? Because Mark Carney is now indicating that he might want to put boots on the grounds in Ukraine. Oh, I don't know how I feel about that. For over a decade, members of the Canadian Armed Forces have trained Ukrainian soldiers as part of Operation Unifor. Today, that mission is more important than ever. Ukraine fight is our fight. And just make sure that they're not part of those Nazi, parts. If Canada is going to be providing military training for foreign forces, then it is our responsibility to know we are not training neo-Nazis. I think that's pretty common sense, but, this government has a hard time trying to figure out who the Nazis are and will even applaud them in the House of Commons. But I do support supporting Ukraine, but I don't necessarily support sending Canadian forces. I don't know enough about the situation personally, but it's just the way that Mark Carney is building up the military here in Canada is very disconcerting. The way he's spending on military, the way he's bragging about the military is very disconcerting for me. When this was never such a big thing, especially under the previous governments, but he seems to be very, very hyped up on building up a military. And I'm the type of person I would like to demilitarize the world. I know, lefty with the heads in the cloud type thing. But, I'm not against having like a forces like this, but that's to help with things like natural disasters. So if a hurricane comes in, you have forces that can go in and help rebuild and help save people and stuff of that sort. But this increase in military spending and military language coming from Mark Carney makes me uncomfortable. So Shelby just pointing out to Mark Carney, who says, "We are moving at speeds not seen in generations to build ports, railways, energy grids, major projects that will unlock Canada's full economic potential and building Canada strong." And so what he means is pipelines and things like that. That's the whole Bill C-5 that got passed, where it can override environmental protections and stuff. This isn't about helping people, because here is Claudia Sheinbaum. Says Mexico's neoliberal period is over, announcing a slew of new public works. Continuing AMLO's fourth transformation, Mexico is building passenger rail, highways, airports, 200K affordable homes, and more. So we're going to be building pipelines. They're building affordable homes, 200K affordable homes. That's what we need here. We need Claudia Sheinbaum. Can you come be our prime minister? I will learn Spanish better than my French. If you can come be prime minister up here, I would really appreciate it. And there's something that you UKers that are still in the SandBox are doing that I'm like, hey, of all the things our government is copying, can we copy this one? I want to copy this one. This is from The Conversation. Wales wants to punish lying politicians. How it would work. Elected politicians and candidates in Wales who deliberately lie could face serious consequences, including being removed from office under proposals aimed at restoring trust in politics. I'm just going to pop this into the SandBox so you can read it at your convenience. But yes, this is something that I've been desperately wanting for a long time, is some sort of law in place that just says politicians aren't allowed to lie. Simple as that. In their campaigns, during election cycles and stuff, they're not allowed to blatantly lie to the public. That would just stop a whole lot of this culture war bullshit. It would let people know more about what the parties are about. And I'm shocked that they're allowed to, because, people seem to be more upset that grocery stores are lying, saying that products are Canadian when it's not, versus, politicians that are lying about their policies or things that have happened. Okay, let's see. And the 2 one-off tweets that I wanted to get to. Good. 25 countries suspend postal services to U.S. over tariffs. Suck it, U.S. And also, kind of related to the trans issue that we were talking about earlier that I should have moved this to. I just like this because it's fun. Because there was a lot of controversy over Zoran Mandami not being able to bench press his own weight. And Ben Shapiro was like, he's not a real man. He can't bench press all that weight. He was like doing like 135 pounds or something like that. Well, you remember somebody. You remember this person, Riley Gaines, saying 165 pounds relatively easy reps on bench when I weighed 130 pounds. Take note, Zoran Mandami. And then Ari Drennan just pointing out, so what you're saying is that a man does not have insurmountable biological athletic advantage over you. Because Riley Gaines is the woman who tied for 5th in a swimming competition and has made trans women in sports her entire thing, because the person she tied with was a trans woman. But this, yeah. A man by default can't just show up and beat women who are athletes. It doesn't work that way. Anyway. And not to mention, again, if somebody is in these team sports at that level, they've already gone through a process. They've been on hormones. Their advantage, any sort of physical advantage they might have had, is long gone. And it's within the margin of error of normal stuff. Because estrogen tends to have that effect on people. Anyway, that is it. That is it. I'm done. All my tweets, and it's way too late, and I was hoping to do other things tonight. Let's just put that up. And anyway, so that is all of it. That is all of it. Need to unwind now. Now, there were no super chats saying you wanted to see a sneak peek of my TYT video, so that's not happening. Not happening. Because I said if I got a super chat saying you wanted to see a sneak peek of the TYT video, that I'd show it. But I don't see it. I don't see it. So, not going to happen. I had to watch another video of Anna Kasparian today. That's just driving me actually fucking crazy. I want to get this video done with so fast so I never have to watch these videos again. I probably will end up having to just for, you know, to respond and stuff like that. But my God, the shit she says, the fact that she's still whining about birthing person when that's not even the term society has kind of picked up on. The only people I hear the term birthing person from is Jank and Anna. I don't hear it from it. We've moved on to people who can get pregnant. That has set more than birthing person. But she still whines about it so much. But I don't know if I'm done part 1 yet, because I don't know if I want to put the bit about Francesca in part 1 or part 2. So I'm working on Francesca's montage turnaround right now. And the thing is that I'm going into a lot of montages and stuff that still need a lot of work and finessing. So it might take longer to do part 2, but I have part 1 pretty much scripted out and stuff. And so basically once I get part 2 done, then I have to review the script a couple times with the videos and the images that I have in place to make sure that everything is fine. And then take it from there type thing. And then I can record. And just given the length of the recordings and stuff, I don't think I'll be doing it in one sitting. And then once I get that all recorded, edit it together. Rachel Atwood, the $2 super chat saying, how long is the sneak peek? I'm very tired. It's a shorter sneak peek with David Dole. So let's see some thumbs up if you want to see a David Dole sneak peek of what I'm doing. It's not terribly long. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Yeah, here we go. Nope, that's not. Is it this one? Where is it? Ah, it's over here. I see it. So this is a bit of a cop-out of a sneak peek, but it is a sneak peek. Okay, getting a thumbs up. So, does it start here? So after I cover what happened to Lance and TYT, then I go into what's happening with David Dole and TYT. So I just need to also get the script up so that you have an idea of what I'm going to be saying. And so, where is it? Ben Dixon. Oh, no, that would be before that. Just need to find where in the script it is. Ah, there we go. So right after I finished talking about Lance and his falling out with TYT, I move into this, to talking about David Dole. Let's see, where we go, news share. And so as I'm talking about it, I'm going to be showing this kind of B-roll behind my shoulder, the fact that David Dole was on Anna Kasparian's No Filter. They had a very good relationship going on. And so I'll mention that Anna was on No Filter just 5 years ago, or David was on No Filter just 5 years ago, and he was also on The Main with Jank. He knows both of them. He was friendly with both of them. And in fact, he was so friendly, he even posted about it with this short here.
This is a notice. This is a very
Can you
short
hear
live
that?
stream.
I can't hear
As
that.
you see, this is not a
there we
a
go.
rational live. No rational live today. But catch me on the Young Turks.
Look at that hair. Wow. He had so much hair back then. It's great.
At 7 p.m. Eastern time. I'm in the second hour in the post game. So come check out the show at that time, 7 p.m. Eastern. I think it's, I guess, 4 p.m. Pacific. It's going to be a good time. A lot of stuff to discuss. And I'm mostly looking forward to the post game, the laid back discussion. So, you know, if you're a TYT member, you can check that out. There really is nothing else to this stream. I just want to let you know to check me out on the Young Turks. I'm going to be on with Anna and JR. Going to be a fun time. So again, Young Turks, the second hour, 7 p.m. Eastern time, 4 p.m. Pacific, the second hour and post game. I will see you all there. All right? Goodbye.
And so this was just to go to show that he had very good relationships with Jank and Anna, and they were getting along, but then that birthing person tweet happened. And there was that, you know, Jank blowing up at Lance on the surfs and stuff like that. And even then, David was still trying to have like actual conversation with Anna. So this is after all of that. And this tweet here just is like, I don't know how people who consume, oh, this is from way before. So again, this is just showing their relationship and the fact that on Twitter, on the show, they were getting along. And so David had tweeted out, I don't know how people who consume and cover news every day can be happy. How do you separate your state of mind from the immense levels of ongoing suffering in the world? And Anna replied to him saying, hang in there. I know the feeling. Take note of all the things you're fortunate to have. Take a moment for yourself, go for a walk, take charge of things you can control and let go of things you can't. Thankfully for you and all the good faith lefties out there. She said this to David. And but then there's also this to show that even Anna was a fan of Ole at one point, because David was pointing out this, that it was so satisfying watching Ole call out the bullshit that was happening, and Anna replying saying that was so satisfying to watch. And here they are again supporting each other. This whole interview is fantastic. Credit to TYT and Anna for this landing this and making Mark Bankston to decide to be an independent progressive media before cable news. And Anna's like, oh, thank you. This is so nice and sweet. And again, here they are having a great conversation, talking about mac and cheese and stuff, and you know, having good banter and everything is going fine. And then this one, I believe, is after the birthing person thing, where he is, this one is in particular is about crime. And again, he's trying to gently push back. I think even at this point, even after the birthing person tweet, get out of here. David was still trying to communicate and reach Anna in a very reasonable and rational way. And so he had replied to her saying, honest question, what do you think is the impact of comments like yours? Do you think the group you referred to, assuming they're real, are going to stop? The reason why the right turns these anecdotes into national stories is specifically to demonize the entire movement. And then Anna replies to him, assuming they are real. I just linked to it. The right turns these anecdotes into national stories because they know it will turn people off. My argument is to be a little more strategic, tactful, and secure healthcare, housing, and the trans community. That's my point. And David says, Anna, we can't control what all activists are going to say do. They're always going to exist, and there's always going to be some weird ones. As people with platforms, we have to be mindful of what our focus is and how that may impact people watching, which is very similar to the advice she gave to him back when he was struggling. Well, you see, then Cenk Uygur also got into the whole birthing person thing because he can't not. He As my joke is, Cenk is so bullheaded, he can't help but charge towards Anna red flags. And so then they started to get into it as well. And while David is part of the group of leftists Cenk refers to online, I don't recall if Cenk has ever called him out by name. David tries to stay away from the drama and only addresses it when ignoring it is no longer an option. However, on Twitter, the rift between David and Cenk is more apparent. When Anna was being constructively criticized by her friends, when she was being viciously attacked by an online woke leftist mob of self-appointed moral authoritarians, Cenk had to get involved, because of course he did. Cenk is so bullheaded, he can't help but charge towards Anna's red flags. These tweet threads get a bit long, so I'm just going to show them on screen and pause to read. But here, David is calmly presenting an argument against Cenk's incorrect assumption that we're trying to replace the word woman with birthing person. David mocked Cenk's praise. Here we go. David mocked Cenk's praise of MAGA, pushing back on Trump's idea to take over Gaza. Does Cenk still believe MAGA would mind American boots on the ground in Gaza when a lot of them are on board with American boots on the ground in America? David pointing out Cenk seems to be trying to appease Nazis. People on the right with views that threaten the safety of vulnerable groups, take away rights, suppress free speech, and are bigoted towards anyone that isn't exactly like them, but are reasonable individuals Cenk can work with after sharing a beer, more so than people on the left. When Cenk couldn't argue David's point, he simply told him to fuck off. David noting the goalpost moving Cenk has made into a sport and when Cenk challenged David brought the receipts. Oh, and then there's this. The extreme left, and this is Cenk speaking, the extreme left and extreme right have the same defining trait, that everyone else should follow their moral code and not their own. Religious fundamentalists want everyone to be bound by their rules, and extreme left considers anyone who disagrees with them to be immoral. And David just simply says, Bill Maher wants his talking points back. And that is the bulk of the David Dole aspect of my TYT video. I hope that was worth the $2. Lots of thumbs up, people wanting to see that. Rachel Atwood, portrait ideas, Lance laughing and David looking deep and soulful. George Waters, all one word, underscore also works. I have no idea what that's supposed to mean. Rachel Atwood, mid Jesus hair. Well, was that before or after David's Jesus haired phase? Mid, yeah. Yes, the hair. Grand Theft Autobot, I still can't believe how dirty Cenk was to Lance. He called me a Nazi. Lance, what? No, I never did. When? And I have the full, Lance was reacting to that live on his show, and I have the full clip of that. When Cenk first called Lance out, and Lance hadn't seen it yet, so he was watching it for the first time on his show, so I have the full reaction to that, and that's all clipped. So Lance's segment is a lot longer because there's a lot more video clips involved with it. The Wild West, it's giving me Justin Trudeau. The hair, yeah. Rachel Atwood, he also posted a few thirst traps back in the day. He did one video about climate change where he was taking off layers throughout the entire thing until he was down to like a tank top as a way to like try to bring eyeballs, hoping, because I think he knows that people think he's hot. And I think he said that he was even trying to post like thirst traps on Instagram threads or something when that was first starting. But He doesn't strike me as the type of guy to really be into it. Like he's just, so this will help get eyes onto it, but he's not like an Owen Jones with it. Let's put it that way. Where Owen Jones is more than happy to show off his thirst traps. I think David Dole was just kind of like, oh, I guess this is part of the job, isn't it? To help get eyeballs. Like he doesn't seem to be that into that sort of thing. And he's also busy being a father right now. The reference frame. This feels like I'm looking at photos from the 70s, 80s. So much hair and facial hair. Yeah. Hello, Selena Mary. You're just on time because we're all running out of steam here. Been at it for almost 5 hours. And I was splitting up the streams so I wouldn't be at it for 5 hours. The Wild West. This is actually so sad. Yeah. I'm going through, so there's Lance, Mike from Humans Report, Ben Dixon, Mondale, Bonnie, Francesca, and then Sam and Emma have their own thing going on. And it just shows, these videos will be showing where they were and where they went to in just a matter of a tweet, pretty much. But then it's also talking about how Anna refers to the audience and is scapegoating the audience. The mods quitting. I touch on Hank and how Jank reacts to Hank's name even. And so all of that's in the first half is their turn on basically people who were their friends. Christina is another one who's also going to get mentioned. And then the second half, the second part 2, is more on the issues that they've done a complete 180 on and how they've turned their back on entire communities like trans folks and stuff. And so, yeah, that's a lot of that. Trevor Borens, it's disappointing to see what Jank and Anna have become. Yeah. Also looking forward to this video when it comes out. It's still a while away. I'm hoping for it to not take a year because the initial tweet that set me on this path was like mid-December. So it'd be nice if I could get it out by the end of the month, but do not quote me on that because I have said that before and it never happened. Because it all depends on what else is going on in my life and ADHD and stuff. And like I got a bit of work done on it today. But like with the Francesca montage, it wasn't completed because that one was still unfolding at the time I was working at it. And then with Sam and Emma, that's a very layered type montage of things that I have to put into it because they both have really long histories with Jank and Anna and stuff. And then a lot of the smaller montages when it comes to the issues that they've turned around on and stuff. It's how to connect them and make them into whole and point out the hypocrisy and stuff. Grand Theft Autobot, I remember when Jank went at right-wingers who murdered a black man just for the crime of jogging by their house. That poor guy got chased down, then murdered, and he must have been terrified. Yeah, yelled at. Yeah, no, it's... Rachel Atwood, Jank has no respect for his audience, none at all. Reference frame, Annie Fitzgerald has some stories to tell. She said she wanted to do a video on her TYT experience. Could reach out to her. I could try. Yeah. I'm also looking for people to bring on. So the plan is that this is going to be 2 parts. And I'm going to show them on the same weekend. One on a Saturday, one on a Sunday. This is intentional. So that basically Jank and Anna don't have a weekday to reply to it in between. I just kind of want to get them both out there and stuff. But after each part is shown, I'm going to be doing a live stream with a talk back about what we had just seen. And ideally, I want to have people who have been attached to TYT and know this to be on as a guest to talk with me about it. And then that's also where I could answer any potential super chats and things of that sort. But, you know, I'm doing all this and I'm still just terribly worried that these videos aren't even going to get like 1,000 views. And that's a real fear of mine because, you know, again, I've been at this for almost 5 years. I have over 850 videos posted. 50 have gotten over 1,000 views, and only 3 have gotten over 10,000 views. So I'm very, very terribly worried that I'm putting all this work into it and I get, 980 views. But, Annie Fitzgerald might be somebody that if I connect with her and feel comfortable with her, could bring her on for a talk back. I don't know. Hank would be another option. I haven't reached out to anyone yet because I don't know timing or anything. And also the time commitment would be huge for somebody because ideally I'd want them in the sandbox during the premiere of the part and then to stick around for the live stream. And so that's a huge time commitment for anyone. Grand Theft Autobot yelling, "How dare they call black people animals? You're the animals," he yelled. I miss that jank. Yeah. The only time you see that level of stuff again is when it comes to Gaza. But I have a video that I clipped from a live stream, and a lot of their pro-Palestinian stance to me is undermined by the fact that they keep Ben Glebe on. And I will be getting into that in part 2 of my video, because it makes me so sick. The Wild West, I like to make videos, but it seems like so much work. Hats off to you, Sandy. It depends on the person. Like, there's lots of people who just go sit in front of a camera and be like, yeah, that's good, and post it. Like, you don't need to put any extra work into it. It all depends on your style and what you're trying to do and the topics you're covering. Whereas me, I like to have all the receipts, and then the images to back it up, headlines and things of that sort. Because I've done some unexpected or unintentional research and stuff. So I'm working on the Francesca one, and I'm trying to point out that she was warning Jank about gulags and things of that sort. And then she posted a video mocking him, the fact that she was right, that there was this stuff. But then I'm going to be like, oh, it got so much worse than what her prediction was. Because Jank was like, oh, they will never deport American who aren't criminal or something in the tweet. What does the tweet say exactly? Do I have it up here yet? No, it'd be in the Photoshop. Where is it? All right, be before these headlines. There we go. So Francesca had tweeted out the little clip where she was poking fun at him about being correct, saying Trump comes at you real fast. And then Jank replied saying, this is totally out of context, horseshit. In other part of the interview, she was talking about gulags for Chinese Americans. When you say this is mass deportation camps, you're scaring the shit out of people who are undocumented and haven't committed any crimes. Stick to the facts. She was right. There were people, undocumented folks are being scared. The shit is being scared out of them because ones that haven't committed any crimes are being sent to Alligator Alcatraz, to El Salvador. Like, it's worse than what she predicted even. And so then I have some headlines that I'm going to pop up on the screen to counter that narrative. And then there is Maxwell Fawcett, who has a short video on Democracy Now! Talking about what he saw when he went to visit Alligator Alcatraz. To again just go to show, no, Francesca was right. She was right on all of this. And Jank is so desperate to kind of kiss up to the right wing and get cozy with them that he has been absolutely ignorant of the direction that they're going and how fascistic they already are. Let's see. Grand Theft Autobot and my spouse is part of the LGBTQ+, and we made an impassioned speech that brought tears to our eyes. Do you mean he did at one point? George Waters, I have polyps with more dignity than Jank. Yeah. And I remember the Animals as Innocent sound drop. That was just so funny. Like, they used to have fun on the show from time to time, and now... Trevor Borans, I watched TYT for years. I never thought that they would switch sides and push right-wing talking points. Some of the signs were there, but they were so mild. Like, they were so infrequent and subtle. When it came to some things about crime or race, there were very subtle clues, and then it just exploded. And the video that I just watched of Anna today and one earlier, where she was saying, oh no, she was always like this, but she was just hiding it because she was afraid that the woke mob would come after her should she express her real views. But all these leftist people were just always wrong, and she's just expressing, and it's just, oh my God. It made me visibly, like, very angry watching those two videos of her recently, but I have to for these videos because, oh, you're going to say this? Well, here's a clip from something to counter that, you know? All that sort of bullshit. Hey, Lanier, come on up. Rich P, I'm glad we all dipped when TYT showed their colors. It's nice knowing we built a better community. Yeah, and just the audacity of Anna saying that the left needs to do introspection. And the way she used a Michael Brooks quote is just, it's sickening. Sickening. Grand Theft Autobot does why their betrayal stings so much, yeah. Like, you have no idea how much it hurts me making this video in general, because, you know, Jank in particular set me on this path that brought me here. You know, watching TYT back during the first election of Trump, it was, you know, Jank in particular, watching his passion about it and stuff, that really got me motivated to get involved in politics and, you know, to not just sit and watch, but actually go out and do something. And that's when I attempted to run as a candidate in the federal election. And that was motivated by Jank and TYT. And then that just led to a series of events that led me here. And then I got the job at Rebel HQ, and it just felt like such a full circle. And getting that job, like, it sounds like an exaggeration when I say those couple of weeks when I first landed that job were the best weeks of my life. But the thing is I've had a really shitty life. And the validation that I felt from that, the idea that I can finally reach people on a bigger scale and get that message out there and make a real difference. You know, those were the best couple of weeks of my life. And to be making these videos now, damn. Yeah, Ben Glebe is a monster, and I will point it out in part 2 yet again. Reference frame, that is still an accomplishment. I published physics papers almost 50 years ago, and I'm pretty sure I still have less than total views, yeah. Okay, I see the email. Hey, Lanier. Grand Theft Autobot, I remember that exchange. Jink was calling Fran an idiot for thinking, who's the idiot now, Chunk? Thinking that, yeah, I have to go back and rewatch his video, where he fires her on the main show, and I think there was another. I have the videos saved in a playlist. I have to rewatch them to finish putting together her her montage, because like I said, as I was making this is right when Jank was blowing up at her and stuff. Rachel, I would just put on my oversized Majority Report t-shirt as makeshift PJs. Yeah, I have a couple of, that's the only place, well, I bought swag from Letterhack and Majority Report. I haven't bought swag from anyone else because I have to very much limit who I buy my swag from. That said, I bought a lot of swag from Majority Report. I'm just saying. Got a couple hoodies and the t-shirts and a mug and pencils, stickers. I bought a lot of TYT swag, or Majority Report swag. I didn't buy any TYT swag, but at one point I almost did, with the coffee and the really cool mugs they came in. They had these limited edition mugs that were really cool, and I almost did. Grand Theft Autopot, I prefer to call it Gator Gulag, but I have no pull in the zeitgeist, yeah. So Grand Theft Autobot, yeah, he made a pro-LGBTQ plus speech, yeah. I'm wondering, since you were paying attention, Grand Theft Autobot, back in the day, has Drank ever said to your knowledge that trans women are women, trans men are men, and non-binary is valid? Grand Theft Autobot saying, oh, really? So her angry anti-Christian rant was all made up? Really good acting. All that outrage she did, yeah. Rachel, they only had XL shirts at the studio the last time I visited. I could use an XL. I got a medium. Even though I probably should have gotten a large in case I gain a lot more weight. But a medium is nice and snug to show off certain aspects. The Wild West. Where is the Left of the Box swag? I don't think there's going to be any. This is a one-person show. To try to design and make swag and find a reputable place to make it, you know, maybe if I get 50,000 subscribers. Hey, stop that. Linear. Then I might consider swag, but until then, because I don't know what I would do for swag. Do people like the non-binary colors? That's the color scheme. Rachel, I keep saying it, Jank and Anna keep Ben Glebe around to contrast his own vile Zionism with their pro-Palestinian takes. If they had regular lefties commenting on IP, their takes wouldn't be so unique. John Davis wants a Left of the Box mug. I think I can manage a mug. I don't know. Like, would you want like this logo on it particular? Or something else that I say? Canadian politics with sarcasm and sass? I don't know. Rachel, the MR shirt was free. The hostile in New York was not. Ugh. Put Frodo on the mug. Yeah. And Rich P, yeah, I did luck out with the color scheme for the pride flags. Abernathy. Oh, it's getting late. They haven't had their snack. Go on. And they become hangry. Yeah, the letter hack helped me out with that logo. But I would have to custom print them so that the mugs are the way that I drink, I think. I drink from mugs in a unique way. I don't have a mug with me, so I can't show you what that is. But it's something that is so ingrained in me, I don't even think about it. And almost nobody drinks from a mug the same way I do. Grand Theft Autobot and the anti-trans woman thing gained him traction, and it was like noticing the grift beginning. Yeah. Darn it, it's almost 11. So much for a 3-hour live stream. It's just I like to have some time in the day where I just go for a walk and unwind and go into the world of this book. It's meditative for me. It helps me unwind and just release, and it's way too late for me to go on that walk right now. Or just, you know, play some games and stuff. So I need to be unwinding so that I can go do that and try to, because I need to unwind a certain amount. I can't just turn off all of this and go to bed. You know, I need some time to kind of decompress after a live stream and get something to eat, because it's not like I ate a lot before the live stream. There's another post above that one, Sandy. What? What are you talking about? Oh, not to my, oh, okay, I see it. Not to my knowledge. No, he never said anything regarding trans people until he went all not trans in sports shtick. I think at first it was he was anti-trans in sports, period, both trans men and women. Because I don't think he's ever said that. And I think if he were pressed on it, if he was going to be honest, he would say no. Because in the video part 2, you'll see that he talks about that trans people deserve the same constitutional rights. But in his eyes, I don't think he actually views trans women as women. I just don't. Jet saying, I might finally be able to afford your book, Sandy. Oh, wonderful. Love to know what you think about it. I love my book. And that's part of my incentive to get my TYT video done, is so I can go into the prequels and the sequels of my book. Because I'm dying to start plotting out like timelines and stuff, but I know as soon as I start that, if I don't have that video done, it will never get done. And I've already been promising it for way too long, so I desperately need to get it done, and hopefully it will be my new Hail Mary. I tried something over the summer that was like my Hail Mary in hopes of, you know, especially with my books. I spent way more on my books than I should have, to try to see if I could get a boost somehow, and it just never, it didn't happen. And I spent a lot of money with no results. So with the TYT videos, I'm spending a lot of time. But, you know, if I can get a boost on my YouTube channel, if I made enough from that, my books and my art, I'd be happy. And I don't need to make that much. I really don't. Grand Theft Autobot, and then he leaned into the anti-trans women in sports. He probably would deny because he was probably testing the waters to see what anti-trans stance would stick. Yeah. I am fairly confident that when Jank thinks of trans women, he just pictures himself in a dress. That's it. I don't think he understands hormones and what they do, or the people who transition and everything they have to go through to get to that situation. The fact that there's lots of different male body types to begin with. So not all men, people who were assigned male at birth will be big and bulky like Jank. You know, some are quite thin and wiry and can't overpower, you know, an average woman. Like there's all these different body types and stuff, but I think he just assumes that it's just a man like him in a dress, and he doesn't get it. He doesn't get the social stigma. He doesn't get why somebody would put themselves through, you know, the risk of being, oh, what's the word, from your family, when they all kick you out type thing. There's a word for it, from your friends and family, and you know, just the social stigma and the risk of being attacked in public. And God damn it, what's the word? Abandoned by your friends and family. The fact that you can't get jobs afterwards, because especially down in the States, and how difficult it is to get a job as a trans person, and that even though a lot of the trans people I know who have been through abuse and trauma, they would all say that they're better as a person, like they just like themselves better, that it wasn't worth it per se, but just being in the gender that they identify as is more fulfilling to them than anything else. Because there's the oh wow, I'm really losing my words. There's the trans joy out there of finally looking in the mirror and feeling yourself in the gender that you identify as, and seeing that, and you know, that's not something Jank would ever understand. Cast out, shunned, yeah, those are the words I was looking for. Ostracized, yeah. The Wild West, I wish there was a magic box you could go into to switch genders instead of all these government hoops, yeah. Like, I lucked out because I was just switching to non-binary, and so when I changed all my markers on my government ID, I didn't need to prove anything. And part of that is because cisgendered people might want to move to an X gender marker just because they don't feel like their gender should be relevant on any of that stuff, not because they're actually non-binary. And so because I was just moving to an X gender marker, because if I was going to be transitioning to male, I'd have to have some sort of medical documentation to back it up. And it doesn't necessarily be like I had surgery or anything, but that I've been through counseling or something, like I have a medical professional mark off that yes, I am actually male type thing. But just switching over the X gender marker, you didn't have to do any of that. B-Cat loves my earrings. Why, thank you. Grand Theft Autobot, he doesn't get that trans women have to be on hormones for a specified amount of time. He just thinks men can say they're a woman and just dominate women's sports, like there's an episode of South Park. Yeah. Trans women have been allowed to play in the Olympics for years before this was ever a right-wing talking point. Yes, you want food, don't you? You see, this time of night, especially when I haven't had much to eat, what I really want is like a muffin or a piece of cake, and I don't have anything like that. Uh-oh. There's a buzzy thing in here. How did a wasp get in here? You see, these cats are very good hunters, and they go absolutely crazy over things like this. And I'm worried about a wasp because occasionally they get in through the window. They will take that wasp out, but I'm worried about the wasp stinging them. And so I try to catch it before they get to it. And it just fell to the floor somewhere. Just a sec. Oh, there it is. Okay. Oh, it's not a wasp. It's not a wasp. It's a different type of bug that makes a buzzing sound similar to a wasp. But occasionally I've gotten a wasp in here and I'm worried about them getting stung. So I try to catch it and send it outside before they do that. I get these bugs. I don't know what they are. They're about the size of a wasp. And then they have like a brown back that's kind of diamond shaped. And they can kind of stand up vertically type thing. I don't know what kind of bug they are. But I'm just, yeah. The only thing that I'm worried about is that they might get stung while trying to kill a wasp. But they do love bugs. Like they will go after them. But the problem is sometimes if they're up high, the shelves that they normally, I have finally trained them not to go on, they will demolish everything to try to get to that bug. And so I have to be a bit careful. Rachel, are you familiar with the non-binary pro runner Nikki? They compete as a woman, but are aesthetically very androgynous. No, I don't know them. A deeply guilty pleasure of mine is watching Chicago Med. I can say that their representation of transgender people is surprisingly enlightened. Anyway, I gotta get going. I'm completely drained. Rich P, do you have an ash tree? Sounds kind of like a box delder or something else along the lines of a stink bug family. I have no idea. I'm not good with, like, I don't know bugs. It's never been a interest of mine, so I can't identify them. And really, the only time I try to identify a bug is it something that can sting me, bite me, you know? And if it's neither of those, then I don't really care about them. I get grossed out by them. Don't want them on me, but like I can handle a centipede on the wall and kill it or trap it and get rid of it. But I'm a little bit more wary of things that can sting or bite. Grand Theft Autobot paper wasps are brown. Yeah, I don't think they're wasps. I don't think it's a wasp. Rachel, they're also white and very lean and doesn't face the stigma that muscular black cis women do about gender. Yeah. Yeah, more cis women have been harmed by all of these policies. And partly that's because the trans women just never do it to begin with. And that's part of like Jank's rhetoric that prevents them from even doing it in the first place. Because already a trans woman's going through so much with the stigma, with the stereotypes, with the harassment and the hatred. How many of them are going to want to put themselves on the world stage to be mocked and belittled? And should she then win a medal, to have the entire world tell her she doesn't deserve it? And with allies like Jank saying you shouldn't have gotten it in the first place, you're stealing it from someone else. You know, what trans woman is going to voluntarily put themselves through that? And that's not what, and Jank doesn't understand that. He doesn't understand that he's preventing trans women from living the fullest possible life that they could have, because, you know, should they have that one gain, then, oh no, how dare you, see, this is a trend. And I was watching something on Piers Morgan. It was Owen Jones and Piers Morgan from a while ago. And Owen Jones was trying to push back on the trans women in sports thing. And then he's like, but then what happens if a trans woman wins? And then meanwhile, I'm thinking, Owen didn't answer it properly in this case, but I'm like, then a single trans woman would win. Like, that's... Like, Piers Morgan was so worried about trans women coming into an Olympic sport and winning a medal. And then what? Well, then one would have won a fucking medal. Like, that's it. That's it. It's not the end of the world. I can't believe I'm still going, B-Cat. I want to end. Yeah, I should go. I have a Long day tomorrow. Trying to set up for a fundraiser for a volunteer organization I'm with, and it's in a couple weeks. We haven't sold a single ticket. Lots of stress there. Okay, well, I gotta do this. I gotta do this. Sorry, something just really weird happened on my screen. There we go. That you guys didn't see. This isn't the longest stream I've done. I think I've done one. I think I've done a couple that were over 6 hours, so. Anyway, yeah, you know all this, you know all this. Thank you everyone for your help. Just supporting the show by watching, clicking like, sharing. Trying to get me onto other people's shows would be great. I would love, I'm curious to know what the first show I'll be on where they're bigger channel than me, because so far all the other shows I've been on were smaller channels than me, and I'm dying to know which will be the first bigger channel to take a chance on me and having me on their show. Next live stream will probably be Friday as I attempt to split these live streams. And yeah. And thank you to everyone who's helped out financially. I really appreciate it. Frodo really appreciates it too. And I'm toast. I'm toast. So. Salut, à la prochaine. Thank you for watching and stay tuned. I'm Sandy, wishing you tomorrow is better than your today.